All right, good evening. We are reconvening from closed session, and I would like to make the following disclosure. By a 4-0 vote, with Vice Mayor Nguyen absent and abstaining, the City Council authorized and directed the City Attorney's Office to defend the cases of Doe's versus the City of Elk Grove as identified by case number listed on the City Council agenda. With that, I will adjourn the special meeting. It is 6 p.m. and we will shift over and I will call to order the regular Elk Grove City Council meeting. Today is Wednesday, October the 13th, 2021, and it is 6 p.m. Clerk.
And thank you, Mayor. Consistent with state law, while in a state of emergency remains active, this meeting will be conducted by teleconference only. The meeting location will be at 8400 Laguna Palms Way, but the chamber will not be open to the public. This meeting of the Elk Grove City Council will be replayed on Metro Cable Channel 14 on Friday, October 15th at 1 p.m. and Wednesday, October 20th at 6 p.m. It is being closed captioned and will be webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. City Council meeting videos are also archived on the city's website at elkgrovecity.org. For members of the participating audience who may have personal electronic devices, please place them on silent mode or your cameras on without broadcasting. When you're on silent mode or not broadcasting, or on mute while you're not speaking. The Elk Grove City Council welcomes, appreciates, and encourages participation in the City Council meeting. City Council requests that you limit your presentation to 3 minutes per person so that all present will have time to participate. City Council reserves the right to reasonably limit the total time for public comment on any particular noticed agenda item as it may deem necessary. Pursuant to resolution number 2010-24, no individual speaker concerning public comment may address the City Council for more than 3 minutes. In the Zoom environment, a speaker timer will be displayed, counting down the 3-minute time. For callers connecting direct via telephone, they can utilize the raise hand feature by pressing *9 on their phone. And when your time comes up for any of our phone participants, the city clerk, myself, will run a speaker timer. And after the first 2 minutes have passed, a single bell ding will sound for those phone callers to inform them 1 minute remains. And when the total 3-minute time concludes, a series of bells will sound. As we are meeting in a teleconference environment, for all of our votes that we do, but also for all of our roll calls, those are all conducted verbally. And as we move to start on the regular meeting agenda, I will start the roll call by asking and finding if we have Councilmember Spies.
Present.
Councilmember Hume.
Here.
Councilmember Suen.
Here.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Here.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Here.
With that, we have all of our members of the council present in the meeting environment, and that'll take us to 1.2, the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, if I can get everyone to address the flag and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, at this time, we will observe a moment of silence. Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next item.
It would be section 2, the approval of the agenda.
All right, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
And that roll call vote for the approval of the agenda under section 2, I will start with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
And the agenda is approved, 5-0.
All right, next item.
That will take us through section 3 as we have no closed session items on the regular agenda for section 3. So we will move to section 4, our presentations and announcements, starting with item 4.1, which is a recognition of the City of Elk Grove Disability Advisory Committee's 15th annual Above and Beyond Program Accessibility Award.
All right.
This is Jim Ramsey, DAC liaison, and I'd like to introduce Ann Hennessy. She is a member of the Disability Advisory Committee and she will be presenting the award tonight.
Welcome.
Hi. Thought my camera was working, but hold it like that. Sorry, I'm
You
next
have
door in my
audio and visual,
classroom.
Ms. Hennessy, so you're good to go.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Ann Hennessy. I'm a member of Elk Grove's Disability Advisory Committee, otherwise known as the DAC. I'd like to introduce the other members of the DAC: Ted Clark, Chair; Karen Grissenmeyer, Vice Chair; Steve Capps, Member; Bruce Cager, Member. Tonight, we celebrate the city's 15th annual Above and Beyond Accessibility Awards. The award was created to recognize individuals, organizations, and businesses that have gone above and beyond for individuals with disabilities in our community. This award is important to the DAC and the city because it recognizes Elk Grove's diverse community. I would like to thank those who were nominated for this award, as they were all doing great work. This year, the DAC will be handing out one award. The recipient of this year's award
You went on mute, Ann.
Yeah, and I think we lost a little bit. The last
Okay.
words we heard was the
Yeah.
recipient is, and then you left us on a cliffhanger.
Oh, okay. The envelope, please. The recipient of this year's award is Jeff Alley for his work with Project Ride. Jeff Alley volunteers for Project Ride, a local organization providing therapeutic horseback riding instruction to people with special needs. Jeff works with children with all types of disabilities that need assistance and support during their horseback therapy support sessions. Jeff provides the children with hope, praise, reassurance, and the attention they need and deserve. He's a cheerleader, friend, mentor, and role model to all those he serves. We want to thank Jeff not only for the time and effort he puts into volunteering for Project Ride, but also for the care and concern he shows for the children he helps. We'd like to show Jeff our gratitude by presenting him a plaque, which has already been given to him. The plaque reads, City of Elk Grove Above and Beyond Accessibility Award, honoring Jeff Alley for outstanding and dedicated service to improving the quality of life for individuals with disabilities. Elk Grove, California, October 2021. Jeff is here with us and would like to say a few words when appropriate.
Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you.
Would you like to say a few words?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, one, I just want to say thank you to the City of Elk Grove and the GAC for selecting me. It's certainly an honor and very humbling. And I want to have a special thank you to go out to Becca St. Martin for nominating me for this award. And Becca, Ian are amazing parents with 3 beautiful girls, Chloe, Riley, and of course, Adeline. And then I also want to just thank Project Ride and Tina for having such an amazing organization that I am proud to be a part of, being a volunteer to help with lessons, being on the board of directors, and helping with whatever needs to be done. I absolutely love it. And so, you know, working with the kids at Jesse Baker, seeing their smiles is just truly amazing. And to get hugs and high fives from them and just see them happy to come in and be a part of the program is truly rewarding. So I just want to say thank you to everyone, and I definitely am honored to receive this.
Thank you, Jeff, and well-deserved. As a former school board member, I was very active and present at Jesse Baker School, and I know the value of the tremendous work that you do with those students, one of our highest need students. So thank you for all that you do, giving back to the community, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments from council, or we'll move on to our next item? I don't see any hands raised, so we will move on. Congratulations again, sir.
Okay, so presenting this next item will be Bruce Cager. He is a member of the Disability Advisory Committee.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Bruce Cager, and I'm also a member of the Elk Grove Disability Advisory Committee. Again, I'll reintroduce the committee members. Ted Clark is the chair, Karen Grossenmeyer, the vice chair, Steve Capps, a member, Ann Hennessy, who you just heard previously, a member, and Jim Ramsey is our Elk Grove staff liaison. Okay. Despite the continuing challenges of the current environment as it relates to public health, the committee has had a productive year. As a point of information, the last update to council was provided in October 2020. Over the last year, the committee has provided feedback to city staff in a number of areas. The 2021-2026 SIP projects, Laguna Creek Trails Highway 99 overcrossing, the annexation of E-Tran by the Sacramento Regional Transit, community development block grant projects, the city's bike, pedestrian, and trails master plan, police interaction with those with special needs, and then access and functional needs in emergency operations. The committee awarded the 14th annual Above and Beyond Accessibility Award to Visions in Motion, an adult day program for developmentally disabled individuals 18 years or older. The committee supported the proclamation of October 15th, 2020 as White Cane Safety Day. The committee also supported the proclamation of October 2020 as the Disability Employment Awareness Month. In the upcoming year, the committee will continue to provide review and support of accessibility improvement projects, provide review of changes and additions to the city's ADA self-evaluation and transition plan, provide review and support of transit and E-Trans services, solicit and review and award the yearly annual Above and Beyond awards. The committee would also like to continue to help the police department and other city departments by being a resource for questions about interacting with those with special needs. Committee also would like to give special thanks to Captain Rodney Rigo. He did a presentation to the committee, and it clearly demonstrated that he has in-depth understanding of the needs of safety and issues that arise between law enforcement and citizens with special needs, whether it's physical, whether they have physical or mental challenges. Okay. The committee would like to thank the council for their continued support. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you for that report. Excellent work. And just want to thank all of the committee members for your dedication and your time given to all the tremendous activities you were still able to do under COVID. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we will go on to the next item.
Our next couple of items, we actually turn the tables a little bit as we've heard from the Disability Advisory Committee, but we have a few recognitions and just proclamations to highlight the work that our Disability Advisory Committee does. And for that, I'll be starting out to announce item 4.3, which is a proclamation declaring October 2021 as Disability Awareness Month.
All right, thank you. I will go ahead and read some of the covenants here in the proclamation for Disability Awareness Month for October 2021. Whereas the month of October 2021 has been designated as Disability Awareness Month to celebrate and recognize individuals with disabilities, and whereas disability is in no way diminishes the right of individuals to live independently, enjoy self-determination, make choices, contribute to society, and experience the economic, political, social, cultural, and educational mainstream of American society. And whereas family members, friends, and members of the community can play a vital role in enhancing the lives of individuals with disabilities, especially when the family and community are provided with necessary support services, and public and private employers are aware of the capabilities of people with disabilities to be engaged and competitive work in inclusive settings. And whereas the goals of this city include providing individuals with disabilities the opportunities and support to make informed choices and decisions, live in homes and communities where they can exercise their full rights and responsibilities as citizens, pursue meaningful and productive lives, contribute to their family, community, state, and nation, and achieve full inclusion in society. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Elk Grove hereby proclaims October 2021 as Disability Awareness Month in the City of Elk Grove and asks the community to join in honoring individuals with disabilities. And we are honored to present this to our Disability Advisory Committee. Are there any committee members who wish to speak at this time? You may unmute and speak. Bruce, go ahead. Or
Yes,
Ann.
on behalf of our chair, Ted Clark, and our vice chair, Karen Grusemeyer, we thankfully accept this proclamation. And again, we thank the council for their continued support for disabled citizens of Elk Grove.
Thank you. And we have another proclamation that we are honored to present to the Disability Advisory Committee. So we will go on to our next item, 4.4. Do you want to read that, clerk, or shall I proceed?
Sorry, I'm just pressing a lot of buttons, but I can proceed if you wish. It'll give you a little bit of a break on the vocal cords, Mayor, if you.
No, I can go ahead and read it, but I just wanted, for the transition, we are now on item 4.4.
Indeed, and I'll pull up the image so as you read it, folks can also follow along.
Excellent. Item 4.4 is proclaiming the proclamation declaring October 15th, 2021 as the White Cane Awareness Day. So whereas the white cane or guide dog demonstrates and symbolizes the ability of individuals to achieve full and independent lives and the capacity to work productively in competitive employment. And whereas the white cane or guide dog allows individuals to move freely and safely from place to place, makes it possible for blind and visually impaired individuals to fully participate in and contribute to our society. And whereas individuals should be aware that the law requires that motorists and cyclists exercise appropriate caution when approaching a person carrying a white cane or using a guide dog. And whereas California law calls upon employers, both public and private, to be aware of and utilize the employment skills of blind workers by recognizing their worth as individuals and their productive capacities. And whereas the Elk Grove community can look forward to a continued expansion of employment opportunities for and greater acceptance of blind persons in the competitive labor market. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Elk Grove hereby proclaims October 15, 2021 as White Cane Awareness Day in the City of Elk Grove and calls upon everyone to offer full opportunities for training to blind persons, to utilize the available skills of competent blind persons, and to recognize the white cane and guide dog as tools of independence for blind pedestrians on our streets and highways, signed this 13th day of October, 2021. And this is also, again, presented to our Disability Advisory Committee. Would any committee member like to speak to this proclamation? Bruce?
Again,
ahead.
on, accept this award as a committee member. Once again, we thank the mayor, vice mayor, and city council members for being part of a progressive city that understands the needs and takes action, follows up with addressing those needs. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. With that, we will move on to our next item. And that is 4.5.
And we do have a mayor just to jump in.
Yes, please, go ahead. Oh, I did see a hand raised. Councilmember Soon, sorry about that.
That's okay, Mayor. I just wanted to just quickly, I was waiting till we finished our items to just quickly thank Chair Kager and the rest of the Disability Advisory Committee for all their work helping and representing an represented population. So we really appreciate your work on behalf of the council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Sin. Any other council members wishing to speak? All right. Thank you again, everyone, for your service and dedication to our city. With that, we will move forward with our next item, 4.5. Proclamation recognizing October 10th through 16th, 2021 as Code Enforcement Officers Appreciation Week. We'll get our city clerk to pull that up. And if you don't mind reading it, so I can grab some water here.
Not at all. So for our proclamation for Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week, recognizing October 10th through the 16th of 2021, we start out with a whereas. Code enforcement officers provide for the safety, health, and welfare of residents, visitors, and businesses in the city of Elk Grove through the enforcement of local and state laws addressing building safety, zoning, housing, environmental protection, and blight. And whereas code enforcement officers have challenging and demanding roles in maintaining our high quality of life, having a highly visible role in the city of Elk Grove, and regularly interacting with the public and a variety of federal, state, county, and local officials. And whereas code enforcement officers are dedicated, highly qualified, and highly trained professionals who share the goals of preventing neighborhood deterioration, enhancing communities, ensuring safety, and preserving property values through the application of housing, zoning, building, and nuisance laws. And whereas the city of Elk Grove recognizes and honors the code enforcement officers that serve our community and acknowledges their role in leading the way to continue the high quality of life we enjoy in our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Elk Grove hereby proclaims the second week of October 2021 as Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week and encourages residents and businesses to join in giving the utmost esteem and respect for the work, dedication, and commitment of these fine individuals. Signed this 13th day of October 2021.
Thank you for that. And we are proud to present this to our Code Enforcement Manager, Rosa Tapia.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Thank you so much. I just want to take a few moments to recognize our team, our code enforcement officers, for their continued commitment to maintaining that high quality of life for the city of Elk Grove and our entire community. Our code enforcement team always works really hard to put the highest level of service at the forefront. As mentioned in the proclamation, although they have a very challenging job they perform on a daily basis, they always do it with such grace and such a high level of professionalism. And for that, I want to let them know tonight that we appreciate you, we dedicate you, and keep up the good work, and thank you for all you do.
Congratulations, Rosa, and to the entire department for your tremendous work.
Thank you.
I see Councilmember Soon, your camera is on. Do you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I also want to echo those sentiments. Thank you so much, Rosa, to you and your team. We can't say enough. You keep our city looking clean and nice. And anytime any of us need a hand in our neighborhoods, you guys are right on it. Personally, you helped me recently with the senior affordable apartments and the issues that they were having, and your team went out there right away and responded. So again, I just wanted to express my appreciation to all of you on the team. Thanks, Rosa.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members? Feel free to unmute and put the camera on. I don't see any hands raised. Oh, there we go. Councilmember Hume.
Thank you, Mayor. Rosa, I just want to echo what Darren just shared. And I think that, obviously the role of code enforcement is not always the most popular one because you're coming out to deal with something that didn't get handled by people taking care of themselves. But I just want to say that I think every time I've both had to respond, either somebody complaining about something and have you get involved or your staff get involved, and or when somebody has responded to me from having been contacted, they're always very appreciative of how professional staff is. And I think that it is a testament to your staff and to how we have set things up that code enforcement is by and large reactive to, we let people try and solve their own issues before we get involved. And so just thank you for making a tough situation as easy as possible.
Thank you. Thank you all for the recognition to the team. It's very much appreciated.
I see Councilmember Spies.
Yep, exactly. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Something I do want to add is, it seems like residents are always happy to call code enforcement sometimes on others, but are very unhappy when that code enforcement is coming to their door, right? It's always easier to find, the we call it the sliver in someone else's eye. And so you guys are always, guys and gals, excuse me, are always in a difficult position. And I really appreciate you doing what you do because, sometimes it's not easy being the arbitrator out there and helping people understand what they need to do to get done. So thank you very much to your team. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Nguyen, did you want to add any closing thoughts?
I do. Thank you. And I can't get my camera to turn on. I don't know what's going on, but I want to echo everything. And I know Shane's on the call, and I just want to say, Shane, thank you so much. Even when it's not code enforcement issue, I tend to email him anyway, just because I get in the habit of it, and he always responds back and forwards it to the appropriate departments. But he responds so quick. I mean, I've sent emails at 3 o'clock in the morning, at 5 o'clock in the morning, and he's responded on weekends as well too. And that team really does do wonders. So thank you to you and your team. And I can't thank you enough, Shane. You're just my lifesaver here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Shane, Rosa, and everyone else. All right, congratulations. And we will move on to our next item.
That next item will be item 4.6, which is the new hire introductions. There is a PowerPoint that we are going to broadcast, but I'd like to turn over the floor to City Manager Jason Behrman if he has any opening remarks for our new hires introductions for the last quarter.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jason. Jason Behrman, City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My pleasure to introduce this item. You recall we've been doing these remotely, but we've been presenting it from our HR department. A quick little slideshow that recognizes our new hires, so we can put a face in front of the City Council over the last quarter, as well as those that have been promoted within the city organization. So we're proud to present this slideshow for you this evening.
All right, thank you, and congratulations to all of our new employees and those that have been promoted to other positions. Looking forward to meeting all of you in person. Well, I've had a great opportunity to meet some of you already. All right, with that, we'll move on to our next item.
The next item will take us to section 5, general public comment. For any of our attendees in the Zoom environment, now would be the time to use the raised hand function in order to queue yourself for general public comment under section 5. Members of the participating audience may comment on any item not on the agenda that is of interest to the public and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Each person will be allowed 3 minutes or less if a large number of requests are received on a particular subject. City Council cannot take action on non-agendized items raised under public comment until the matter has been specifically included on an agenda as an action item. Members of the public desiring a response to a specific question are encouraged to contact any member of the council or the city manager at any time. Those audience members who wish to address a specific agendized item are encouraged to offer their public comments during consideration of that item. And I actually have to pull up my alarm clock so that I can have my speaker timer ready to go. And again, for all of our folks in the participating audience, you'll want to be queuing up using the raise hand function. And just for council, for mayor, vice mayor, and council members, there were no written comments that were received regarding general public comment for the October 13th agenda. I will pull up that speaker timer now so that we can pull in our.
Mark Graham, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All right, can you hear me?
We can.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. Mark Graham, Elk Grove. All right, there's some good news from the governor's office. You may know that Governor Newsom vetoed a bill that the city opposed, and this was SB 556 by Senator Bill Dodd. This was a bill that was written by and for the telecommunications industry. It was an enormous power grab, reminiscent of SB 649 that the city opposed 4 years ago. This bill would have specifically authorized the placement of cell antennas on city streets. It also would have overridden all conflicting local laws, such as our local zoning code. Now, those of you that are following the issue know that on August 28th, 2019, the city adopted an ordinance that changed our zoning code regarding cell antennas. And the best thing you did on that entire issue was what I call the front yard rule. And that says the cell antennas will not be permitted immediately adjacent to or immediately across the street from the front yard of any residential dwelling. That is excellent work. I've thanked you for that before. I thank you again. As you can see from what I've said, SB 556 would have overridden that provision. And so we would have had potentially, we would have had cell antennas up and down city streets, at the direction of telecom, not at the direction of the city or staff if this bill had been signed. So we are all very grateful that Governor Newsom vetoed that bill, and that we also had the League of California Cities oppose that bill, and it appears that that is what really drove the city to oppose it. There were other telecommunications bills in the legislature this year, and I notified the council of these repeatedly in writing, and unfortunately the city failed to oppose these other bills that were also bad for local control, local government regulatory authority. I'll mention one in particular, AB 537. By the way, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Good. AB 537 by Assemblymember Bill Quirk. Quirk works for the telecommunications industry. And so this bill became law partly because this city and the League of California Cities failed to oppose it. And the problem is that it says that if the city misses the shot clock on a cell antenna permit application, 3 things will happen. The application is deemed granted, and the permit is deemed issued, and construction may begin. This is a disaster. There's nothing that prevents the telecoms from filing 50 applications with our planning department on the same day, specifically for the purpose of causing the planning department to be overwhelmed and to not miss the shot clock. The other thing is there's judicial review, but only as to the operation of that new section. And furthermore, the permit could be deemed issued even if the cell antenna would conflict with our local zoning code that the city works so hard on.
Sir, your time was up, but I don't know how it hung up. Are we having some technical issues, Mr. Lindgren?
I think Mr. Graham disconnected. He does watch the clock. I know he's been a participant with us in this environment before, so I think he had a sense of where he was.
I
Okay, well, the
was
time was
watching the
up.
clock, and that's why I stopped speaking. But I just want to wrap up by saying it's in the city's interest to oppose all bills in Sacramento
Okay,
that
thank you, sir. Your time is up.
harm
so-
local
but Thank
control.
you for your emails and your engagement. We will go on to our next caller.
Brian Van Lent, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'll keep mine very quick. My name is Brian Van Lente. I'd like consideration for the Trails Committee. I am currently on the Historical Preservation Committee, and I look forward to a new venture. That's it. Thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Thank you for calling, sir. Any other callers?
And I'm looking over our speaker list, and I am not seeing the raise hand function being used by any of our attendees for general public comment of section 5. That'll conclude public comment under this item.
All right, thank you. And we will move on to our next item.
That will take us on to section 6, general administration information.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, a few items to report on this evening. First, pleased to announce that our 2021 Elk Grove COVID-19 Business Recovery Grant Program is now open and receiving applications. So eligible businesses include home-based businesses, small business, certain target businesses. Grant amounts range from $500 to $15,000. Applications will be accepted through Tuesday, November 9th. Additional information can be found on the city's website at elkgrovecity.org/COVIDBizGrants. Public Works will be advertising for construction bids for the 9362 Studio Court remodel and Police Department campus improvements on Friday, October 15th. The bid period will close on Thursday, November 18th. Staff expects to present recommendations for award of construction contract at the council's December meeting. The project is currently on schedule, allowing the forensics and property and evidence bureaus of the police department to move into their new home in late summer 2022. The city, Walks Sacramento, and our community advisory group will be hosting a walking tour of the Laguna Creek Interregional Trail on Sunday, October 24th from 2 to 3:30 p.m. The walk will help gather community input on ways to create better walking and biking options throughout South Sacramento and Elk Grove. Participants will be entered into a raffle to win a $50 gift card. Walk will start from 2 locations. Details are available on the city's website. Some more good news to report. The police department will be rolling out a traffic services program to deter dangerous and illegal driving behavior thanks to funding the police department received from the California Office of Traffic Safety through the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. This $200,000 grant will pay for additional enforcement measures, including DUI checkpoints and patrols, crackdown on distracted driving in violation of the hands-free cell phone law, bike and pedestrian safety projects, officer training, and collaborations with neighboring agencies, and measures to address the leading causes for local crashes: speeding, failure to yield, stop sign and or red light running, and improper turning or lane changes. Funding will be provided through September of next year. And finally, the recycling and waste team and the police department will team up again for a drug take back event on Saturday, October 23rd in front of the police department, 8400 Laguna Palms Way, between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Residents can bring their unused expired medications in order to ensure safe disposal at no cost. Details, again, are available on the city's webpage and the Recycling and Waste Book Facebook page. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the council might have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the city manager?
Madam Mayor, actually, I do, please. Something I was thinking about as I was writing up some notes for later. On September 28th and October 5th, the city hosted 2 housing and homelessness virtual town halls. And I think most of us were able to attend. I was able to go to the October 5th event. My question to you, Mr. Berman, is will the videos from those events be available on the city's homelessness and Elk Grove page for future reference?
That is a good question. I believe they have been recorded and our plan is to put them on. Looks like Shane is chiming in here. Shane, you have something to add there?
Councilmember says we're actually working on that this afternoon. We think both the videos are ready and we should have those links on the city's website tomorrow.
Okay, fantastic. Because I know, one of the reasons that we asked for this was because, so many people were, making comments, were concerned, what are we doing, et cetera. And so it'd be nice to have something we can reflect them back to if they were unable to attend. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for that question. I was going to ask that at the end of the meeting, so good job. Beat me to it. Any other questions for Mr. Berman? Otherwise, we will move on. All right, seeing none, thank you, sir.
That will take us on to section 7, the consent calendar items. So for our participants in the Zoom environment as attendees, now would be the opportunity to use the raise hand feature to address any of the items on the consent calendar of section 7 of the agenda. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members maybe I'm jumping into things a little bit too fast here. Then the mayor open up the general public comment opportunity.
Thank you. All right, at this time, I will go ahead and open up the public comment opportunity.
And just to confirm, and thank you for our folks that are using the raise hand feature, but Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, there were no written comments that were submitted prior to the meeting in relation to section 7 of our consent calendar items. And I'll pull up that speaker timer now for the speaker.
Mark Graham, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, Mayor and Council, Mark Graham, this is a comment about it, item 7.6, and that's the Afghanistan resolution. I'm all in favor of the idea of treating the refugees nicely and welcoming them when they come to the United States and Sacramento. But this resolution is deeply flawed because it is a revisionist history of the United States military involvement in Afghanistan, and we should not paper over what really happened. What needs to be done is we should add an apology into this resolution to the people of Afghanistan, men, women, children, civilians that were killed by members of the United States military over 20 years, and there were a lot of them, mostly not reported in the news. In July 2008, there was a US airstrike that killed 47 civilians, including 39 women and children, as they were traveling to a wedding in Afghanistan, an official inquiry found today. The bride was among the dead. That was reported in theguardian.com. You may not have heard about this, but this is a story from, I think, 2008. Anyway, I'll just read it briefly. As is about Afghanistan, once the Americans left, the survivors started digging. It says, there were too many dead and not enough shovels, so a local politician brought in heavy machinery from a nearby construction site. He dug graves deep enough to fit mothers with children or children with children. Some were still in their pajamas, their hands inked with henna tattoos from the party preparations the night before. Villagers picked through the rubble of what had been an entire neighborhood looking for remains to wrap in white linens for burial. A boy clutching a torn rug walked in a daze on top of the ruins. A young man collapsed in grief by a pile of mud bricks where his home once stood, where his wife and 4 children had been sleeping inside. The local doctor recorded a cell phone video to document the dead faces, freckled with shrapnel and blood, coated with dust and debris. Some were Afghan men of fighting age, but most, dozens of them, were women and children. Taza was 3 years old, Maida was 2, and Zia was 1. The story goes on. This is from the USA Today. They did an investigation in depth. It was a raid of August 22, 2008 in Azizabad, Afghanistan. After more than a decade, those who buried their families still don't know why had a team of US soldiers and Marines battled its own paid security detail. US military officials publicly touted the raid as a victory. A high-value Taliban target had been killed. The collateral damage was minimal. The village was grateful. None of it was true. None of it was true. And the USA Today found out through their investigation, they got public records from the Department of Defense, that most of this information had been hidden. The records also reveal that the Defense Department has for years downplayed and denied the fatal mistakes surrounding the tragedy. Let's be honest, and let's do justice to the people of Afghanistan that were the innocent victims of our 20-year military aggression there. Add a paragraph in here apologizing to them and their families. Let's do the right thing and have a heart. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments.
In my review of our attendee list, we have no other raised hand features being implemented for our consent calendar items. That'll conclude public comment for section 7, the consent calendar.
All right, I will go ahead and close the public comment opportunity and look for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Motion to approve the consent calendar, please.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
For the motion and the second, I'll proceed with the vote for the consent calendar items, starting with Councilmember Spies,
Aye.
Councilmember Hume,
Aye.
Councilmember Suen,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Aye.
and Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
The consent calendar items will pass.
All right, next item, please.
That'll take us to section 8, our public hearings, starting with item 8.1, which is a public hearing that was continued from September 22nd, 2021 to consider a resolution adopting a low-cost spay-neuter fee schedule and additional services fee schedule for Elk Grove Animal Services and authorizing position listing by adding a senior customer service specialist position.
Do we have Sarah? There we go.
And our staff will be pulling up the presentation and getting ready to proceed.
Evening. Let me pull that up. Okay, are you guys seeing my screen?
Indeed, we have audio, we have visual. Please proceed. The presentation is displaying.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Sarah Humley, your Animal Services Manager, and I'm here this evening to walk you through the proposed fee schedule for a low-cost spay and neuter program for city residents at the Elk Grove Animal Shelter, along with a fee schedule for additional services that customers may opt to receive while their pets are in for a surgical visit. I'll also discuss the findings of an audit on cashiering operations that recommended adding a senior customer service specialist position to animal services. The recommended action is that council adopt a resolution adopting the fee schedules presented and authorizing the city manager to amend the fiscal year 2021-22 position listing by adding a senior customer service specialist position. A little background. The city has long recognized the benefits of having resident pets spayed and neutered. It can control the growth of the pet population within the city and reduce the number of pets utilizing the animal shelter and city animal services. At private veterinarians within Elk Grove, the typical range for this service is between $190 to $485 for dogs and $110 to $410 for cats. For some families, this cost presents an economic barrier to having their pet altered. In 2016, when council was planning for the new animal shelter, they directed staff to research the possibility of a low-cost spay and neuter program, and ultimately directed staff to pursue an in-house model that utilized the medical staff and facilities that would be available at the new shelter. I believe this model to be the best and most efficient use of our resources. In late 2020, the city employed a consultant to audit cashiering operations across all city departments. Within animal services, they found that we did not have a sufficient number of customer service staff to support cashiering for a new spay and neuter program. Additionally, they found the customer service supervisors required to routinely put in overtime hours and come in on days off to ensure timely reconciliations that adhere to internal financial controls. They concluded that this is not sustainable long-term. In order to rectify both of these deficiencies, the consultant recommended adding a senior customer service specialist position. Should council take the recommended action tonight, staff are poised to move forward with the hiring of that position and the implementation of a low-cost spay and neuter program, which will be offered 1 day per week to Elk Grove City residents. So as you can see on this slide, fees will be based on the weight of the dog and the sex of the cat. The fees represent the city's cost to provide the service. The program will be available to any city resident who wishes to use it, and for senior citizens age 65 and older, and for income restricted residents, we will offer a 40% discount to help ensure the program is accessible to everyone. Income qualifications will be determined by that individual's participation in low income assistance programs offered through SMUD or PG&E. I would note that all these surgery fees that you see before you include pain medication for the pet and post-surgery e-collars to ensure that they have a healthy recovery. So we conducted market research of other low-cost spay and neuter programs that are available to Elk Grove City residents in determining our own fee schedule. This includes the Sacramento SPCA and the Community Spay and Neuter Clinic. As you can see, our fees are comparable. These other programs will also continue to remain an option for Elk Grove residents should they wish to utilize their programs over ours. As a convenience to customers, most low-cost programs also offer additional routine services at the time of surgery, such as vaccinations, flea prevention, heartworm tests, and microchips. Our program will offer the same, and this slide shows you that our fees for these services are also comparable to other programs in the area, and they reflect the city's cost to administer them. We have chosen to keep microchipping a free service since it is something that the animal shelter currently offers for free, and it'll be more convenient for the customer and for our own staff to accomplish this in one appointment and not make them come back a second time. As you can see, this year, there will be no impact to the general fund from this action. Animal Services operational budget can absorb the expense of the supplies needed for the spay and neuter program this year and in future years. For the additional position, we have also held 2 vacancies since the beginning of this fiscal year, and through those salary savings, we would be able to cover the cost of the additional position in this fiscal year. In future fiscal years, the general fund will cover the projected salary and benefit cost, budgeted at $84,344, as you can see on that table. And we also expect to see an annual savings of about $15,000 in overtime expenses, should that position be added. So council can decide to take a few alternative actions. You could direct staff to amend the fee schedule to an amount that you may prefer to see, or you could elect to direct staff to abandon the in-house program and simply continue with the voucher program as that we've operated annually with local veterinary partners. I will note that this latter option would eliminate the need for additional cashiering and cashiering staff, but it would not address the reconciliation deficiencies noted by the consultant in the cashiering report. And it would not entirely eliminate the need for the senior customer service position. So staff recommends that council adopt the resolution adopting the low-cost spay-neuter fee schedule and additional services fee schedule for the Elk Grove low-cost spay-neuter program, and authorize the city manager to amend the fiscal year 21-22 position listing by adding the senior customer service specialist position. So that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to take any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you for your presentation. Before we turn to council for questions, I will open it up for the public and declare that the public hearing is now open, and open the public comment opportunity.
And if I could just ask staff if you can unshare your screen, just so that frees us up for any items as needed. At this moment, the opportunity for our members in the attending Zoom audience. This is item 8.1, in which if you have any public comment that you'd like to provide, we can start putting you into the queue. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, there were no written comments that were received in relation to item 8.1. As I look back over our list of attendees, I am not seeing the raised hand function being utilized. And with that, that will conclude public comment under item 8.1.
Okay, I will go ahead and close the public comment opportunity and declare that the public hearing is now closed. And open it up for council comments and direction. I see Councilmember Hume's camera is on, so we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'll happily move the item, but I just want to say, and thanks, Sarah, for the presentation here. You know, for all of us two-legged constituents, the number one things that we can do to keep unwanted animals out of our shelters is spay and neuter and microchip. That's really gonna, I mean, obviously lives change and sometimes we have to surrender pets, but as far as not breeding animals that don't have loving homes and being able to find them when they go missing, those are the most important things you could do. So happily recommend the item.
Thank you. Councilmember Sun.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll definitely second that motion and echo a little bit of Councilmember Hume's comments. And I just want to thank Sarah and the entire staff over at the animal shelter. It's a great service that our residents appreciate. And I'm hope that this position will help you to continue that service that we're providing to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Are there any other comments from colleagues here? Seeing none, I will just also add to what both council members Hume and Sun mentioned. I think this is a great program, having an in-house program, but more importantly, eliminating some of those economic barriers as it relates to getting pets spayed and neutered, I think is just so important. As a pet lover, I know the value of this, and doing the market analysis that you've provided, the rates are outstanding. And this is hopefully, we'll be able to serve more families. I saw in the staff report 500 and 900 pets projected annually. So that's a tremendous number. So thank you for that. And so we have a motion and a second, Mr. Clerk.
With the motion and the second for the resolution of item 8.1, I will start that roll call vote now with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Sun.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
Resolution of item 8.1 will pass 5-0.
All right, excellent. We will go on to our next item.
Take us on to item 8.2, which is a public hearing to consider an ordinance repealing and replacing Title 30 of the Elk Grove Municipal Code and resolutions adopting updated commercial solid waste hauler fees and associated policies, as well as approving the solid waste exemption policy and authorizing the city manager to approve future updates as required.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Can you please confirm if you can see the presentation?
We have full audio and visual. Ms. Neff, please proceed. The presentation, you have it up and it's ready to go.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Heather Neff, Recycling and Waste Manager, here with another item related to SB 1383 implementation. As a refresher, SB 1383 is the new state legislation that requires all jurisdictions in California to implement mandatory organic waste collection and recycling programs. In July of this year, Council approved the residential franchise agreement with Republic Services that will put into place all of the curbside services to meet these obligations starting on July 1 of next year. This agreement also set the framework for the contamination monitoring and enforcement requirements of SB 1383. In addition, the regulations require that all jurisdictions adopt an ordinance mandating compliance. The proposed repeal and replace of Title 30 that is before you this evening will fulfill this requirement. It is also accompanied by 2 resolutions that will set related policy and fees. So there are a total of 3 items proposed for consideration this evening: an ordinance to repeal and replace Title 30, a resolution to approve policies and fees related for commercial haulers, and then a resolution approving the solid waste exemption policy. So going briefly through each one of these, starting with Title 30. The proposed changes will add requirements to be compliant with SB 1383 regulations. That includes mandatory service and enforcement mechanisms for both residential and commercial customers. It also includes edible food recovery requirements for businesses as well as edible food recovery organizations and services. It incorporates the mandated color and labeling requirements for solid waste containers. It also includes notifications that business owners and property owners are required to send annually to employees and tenants regarding their requirement to comply. And finally, it also includes reporting and record keeping requirements for our commercial haulers. As we were making these changes within Title 30, We also noted a number of inconsistencies and ambiguities and just various things throughout the entire title that needed to be updated. For example, residents were referred to as everything from residents to customers to homeowners to property owners to individuals. So we made sure that all of the terminology throughout the title was consistent and accurate throughout. We also clarified ambiguities wherever we found them. We removed redundant and conflicting information. We're also proposing to remove the residential solid waste exemption policy to be approved separately by resolution, and I'll go into that into more detail in a moment. We've also combined and consolidated related sections. As an example, there were requirements for commercial hauler reporting in 3 different sections. So we've consolidated that all into one single area within the title. We've also removed outdated and unnecessary requirements that were creating unnecessary additional burdens on our businesses and haulers. And finally, we did an overall reorganization so that like sections were all together and it's streamlined and much easier to find requirements as they're grouped together. Throughout the changes that we've made, I do want to clarify that we did not add any additional requirements beyond those that are mandated by the state in SB 1383 or those that are already in place. We did not want to increase or place any additional undue burdens on our residents and businesses. The only exception to that is the new alternative compliance program. As you are aware, our non-exclusive hauling system for commercial sector, with that, businesses can select any hauler for any service. They can select one hauler for garbage, another for recycling, and another for organic waste. That makes it quite time consuming for staff to track compliance, which we have to report to the state. So this program will track which businesses use more than one hauler or which ones have an approved waiver, which will save significant amounts of staff time. And this was added in lieu of moving to a semi-exclusive franchise system that would otherwise require businesses to select only one hauler for all services. So by incorporating this change, we're able to maintain our local businesses' ability to shop around for the best rate for all 3 services. I also want to note that all of these changes that we made in the redlined version of the document were quite comprehensive, and as a result, it's a very long document. So we've not included it with the staff report. However, anybody who would like to review it, a copy can be attained by contacting the Recycling and Waste Division. And my email address is on the screen for anybody who's interested in reviewing that and would like to request a copy. Speaking of reviewing, we did send this out to quite a few reviewers to solicit feedback. In addition to going through our own division several times, we also worked with code enforcement. We sent copies to economic development. The city clerk's office provided us with great feedback, as well as the city attorney's office. In addition to internal reviewers, we also send it out to all of our commercial haulers, some businesses and property managers, and the Chamber of Commerce. We did not receive comments from everybody, but those that we did receive comments from, we were either able to incorporate them into the proposed revision, or we were able to provide responses to their satisfaction, detailing why their comments were not incorporated. So moving on to the other accompanying resolutions before you, the commercial hauler policies and fees. In several locations in Elk Grove Municipal Code Title 30, it says that there will be some items that shall be set by resolution of the City Council. Those are currently set by resolution number 2019-260. We've updated the language within that resolution to be consistent with the recommended changes in Title 30. We're also recommending that Council approve increased late payment fees and delinquent report fees that are contained within this proposed resolution. And that is primarily because in the past, we have found that our existing fees of $2 per business day have not really been much of a deterrent when we have had some haulers submit late information in the past. They were not incentivized to continue submitting timely reports in the future. But with SB 1383 regulations, the city will be required to submit timely information to the state upon request. So we want to make sure that we have that data on hand by increasing our late payment and delinquent report fees to provide consistent incentive to receive that information in a timely manner from our haulers. These proposed fees are consistent with our neighboring jurisdiction, in particular Sacramento County. The fees are the same in terms of the type and the amount that have been adopted by Sacramento County. And I do want to note that this is not a change to the base commercial hauler fees. This is only for the late payment or delinquent report fees that would be assessed if and when there are late submittals. The other item that is proposed is the solid waste exemption policy. This policy allows residents to seek an exemption from mandatory solid waste service. For example, a lot of our rural property owners generate a lot more waste than can be accommodated within the curbside bins. So they can apply for an exemption and instead receive commercial service with a larger dumpster. This also allows residents to self-haul to an appropriate facility if they meet all of the requirements. So we've updated the language to reflect the new requirements of SB 1383. And in addition to those updates, we're recommending that the policy be removed from the municipal code and adopted separately via resolution, including an authorization for the city manager to approve future updates. And this is because it would allow staff a little bit more flexibility to accommodate unique situations. We have run into a number of occasions where we've had residents that had a unique situation that we were not able to accommodate and issue them an exemption. For example, some residents who live outside of the city for extended periods of time, anywhere from several months to several years. In addition, military service members who are on extended deployments without the ability to renew a service interruption every year. And the existing program only provides a limited ability to accommodate unique situations. So with the being approved via a separate resolution, it would also allow staff to respond to changing market conditions more easily. For example, if secondary structures were to become more prevalent and we needed to make updates accordingly. Being able to provide a more timely updates to the policy allows us to provide faster service to our residents. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. And just to recap, the staff recommendations are that council approve the ordinance to repeal and replace Title 30 of the Elk Grove Municipal Code, adopt a resolution to repeal resolution number 2019-260 and approve policies and fees for commercial haulers. And finally, to adopt a resolution approving the solid waste exemption policy and authorizing the city manager to approve future updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neff. All right, at this time, I will declare that the public hearing is now open and open the public comment opportunity.
For our attendees in the Zoom environment, now would be the opportunity to use that raise hand feature for item 8.2. So this is general public comment under item 8.2. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, there were no written comments that were submitted in relation to item 8.2 prior to the meeting. I will now pull up the speaker timer so that we can field our speakers on item 8.2.
Mark Graham, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Singh Allen, council members and staff. Mark Graham once again. I don't have too much to say about this, and it sounds to me like Ms. Neff has done a really thorough job with all the details and the ins and outs of this policy. So the one thing I wanted to say is I always wonder when I put out my segregated recycling in the bin that's for that, where that ends up going. And in particular, I don't think you have to be too cynical to wonder whether that segregated recycling ends up in the same place as the trash. It has happened. I don't know if it has happened here in Elk Grove, but it has happened, and it's just way too easy for the company, whatever their name is, starts with an R, Republic, to do that. And how would we know? So my question for the council and the staff is, do we really know that when we set out our segregated recyclables in the special bin for them, then that ends up going where it's supposed to go? One of the things I remember hearing is that in the last couple of years, the price for metal, like from tin cans or aluminum cans in the recycled metal market, has gone down substantially. Another thing I remember hearing was that China used to buy a lot of United States garbage because they were able to extract some value from it, but that and I don't know the extent of it, but the market has significantly dried up. In other words, I believe that China is not buying as much United States garbage as they used to. They're only going to do it if they can make a profit. And you know, I hope that every council member and every one of you on staff also recycles. It's a good way to lead by example. And there are probably thousands of us Elk Grove residents that dutifully and consistently recycle and put the segregated recycling out every time it's due for pickup. So what assurance do we have that stuff goes where it's supposed to go? It actually gets recycled and does not end up in the dump along with all the rest of our garbage. I would like to know, what can you tell me, council? What can you tell me, staff? What can you tell me, Ms. Neff? Thank you.
Were there any more callers?
And I think that concludes our speakers. I don't see any raised hand features for item 8.2. So that'll conclude our public comment under item 8.2.
Thank you. Ms. Neff, did you want to address some of those comments or?
I would be happy. I will try to keep my reply brief, but it sounds like Mr. Graham is quite familiar with what's going on in the recycling industry right now. And many of the comments that he made are, in fact, what has happened. There was a significant change in recycling markets over the last several years where the pricing of most commodities has declined substantially. The biggest concern for us is not actually metal, it's more in the plastic. And so when your material, you put it in a recycle bin, it ultimately ends up at the Newbie Island facility, which is close to the Bay Area, and it goes through a sort line there and it gets sorted into the various commodities. Republic makes best efforts to market all of those sorted commodities to buyers who then transfer them to remanufacturers. Because of the recent decline in commodity prices, there have been some instances where plastics are getting landfilled because there are no buyers for them. We do work with Republic to ensure that they hold the material and market it as long as possible, but they're only able to store it for a certain amount of time due to state laws, and so eventually it has to go somewhere. So they hold it as long as possible. If they don't find a buyer, then it will go to the landfill, but they do make their best efforts. We also have safeguards within our franchise agreement that include assessments we can make if for some reason they are not doing and making every best effort to market those recyclables.
Thank you for that thorough response. I appreciate it. All right, I will go ahead close the public comment opportunity and declare that the public hearing is closed. Any comments or questions from council colleagues? I see council member here.
Thank you, Mayor. Heather, I do have a quick question. First of all, I appreciate the clarification in your staff report regarding shifting future adjustments over to the city manager, that only applies to that exemption policy. When I read through the printed staff report, I kind of missed that nuance. However, it still makes me a little bit concerned just because I know neighboring jurisdictions that garbage issues have caused such great consternation. So can you give me a little better example of a situation that would require staff or the city manager to be more nimble than what the current resolution or code policy allows?
Sure. I would say most of the examples in the past have had to do with the folks who are gone from their homes for extended periods of time and are, for whatever reason, unable to renew a service interruption. You can obtain a service interruption from Republic of up to 1 year. And I've talked to actually a couple of military service members who were anticipating longer deployments and wouldn't be able to renew that. And so that's one instance where we'd like to be able to, add in a little bit more flexibility. The current policy does have one line item that says, other exceptions can be made based upon city manager approval. So that is built into there now. I also understand that there are some discussions about, just in general statewide, the use of secondary structures. And so ideally, if there is a change in that market, we would be able to react to that quickly. So that's most of the examples that we've seen.
So can you elaborate on that second part there, the use of secondary structures?
So right now, the language, it allows for exemptions for secondary structures. It also allows if there are adjacent parcels like that are commonly owned. And so if there are ever instances where that might change in the future, where the structure or they maybe are multiple units. And so the concern is really just with some of the housing things, the discussions that are happening at a greater statewide level.
Absolutely. And so now you've touched upon exactly why I asked the question, is because with the changes in state law, particularly SB 9, that allows the proliferation of accessory dwelling units, and that those units don't necessarily carry the same address as the primary unit, and neither unit has to be occupied by the owner of either of the dwellings. If we're providing exemption to one unit, it seems to me that could create a problem amongst those two tenants. So I don't have issue necessarily with the direction. It just makes me leery whenever we hand over carte blanche decisions to be made without having this public hearing process that allows voices to be heard. So I'll see if any of my other colleagues want to weigh on this item, but that's the only thing in all of this that I picked up on, that it just makes the hair on my neck stand up a little bit.
Thank you, sir. Let's see, Councilmember Sun.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate Councilmember Hume highlighting that perhaps maybe there's a way we can have some sort of a check-in where staff might present, a grouping of exemptions or an exemption to the council periodically. I mean, I realize that might somewhat defeat the purpose, but maybe it would just be some sort of public check-in, because I understand what staff's trying to do, but I also recognize Councilmember Hume's concern. And tricky thing with policy, once you put it in, it applies broadly. So, that's just my first thoughts, and look forward to hearing what other colleagues have to say.
I can't take my camera off. I'm sorry. So, so can we do that if we approve this, but also put in there that we have a check-in midway just to see how things are going? I don't know if that's something our attorney can weigh in on.
Mr. Hobbs?
I'm coming. Yeah, turn my camera on. Yeah, you can do that. That's fine. And if that's what you want to do, what I might suggest is you can leave the policy as is unless you feel the need to make a change, and simply direct staff to bring this back periodically, whether it's per quarter, every 6 months, or whatever interval is acceptable to the council. And we can provide that public check-in and give an update to the council as to what we're seeing. And if the council is seeing the exemptions are either being granted too liberally or too strictly, you can correct that with staff at that time.
Could that be done through just a city manager report like he does during the council briefings, or do you see this as a standalone agenda item?
Either one is fine. It's really up to the council. It certainly can be done by the city manager's report. That'd be a convenient time to do it. But if you would like to have something more formalized, perhaps even a public hearing and a public hearing that we notice in the newspaper on that, could certainly do that as well. But the city manager's report is fine. I guess it really depends on what level of outreach and input you're looking for something like this.
Could I offer, if you don't mind me jumping in, I could offer the suggestion of, in lieu of the resolution as written, where the authority is at the city manager level for future updates, we could just keep it as approved by resolution, so that any future updates would still come back to you via the resolution process. It still allows us a little bit more flexibility than we have now.
Okay, so I would be in favor of that, and especially given that the way that the code reads already allows for some flexibility for the city manager to exercise discretion. I am concerned because, you know, what this essentially with the exemption grants is to not have garbage picked up at the residence. And, you know, if you have a situation where people are actually hiding it rather than providing for an alternate haul-away, you know, that creates a pretty significant nuisance and a problem within the neighborhood. And that wouldn't be the fault of anything that the city manager did or didn't do. I'm just saying in general, relative to this policy, you know, we need to be diligent to make sure it's being used appropriately.
Would that satisfy Mr. Soon?
Yeah, that works for me.
So may I ask for clarification, because I may have heard something different than what I was thinking. Councilmember Hume, so you said that would be fine with you, but I wasn't sure if you were saying that would be fine to have the solid waste policy changed only by resolution, and or did you want to have some sort of public report come back? What were you saying was fine with you?
So what would be fine with me was the suggestion that that Ms. Neff made after you gave your comments, John, wherein we would keep the resolution policy for any broad policy change, but that would still retain in the code the discretion for city manager. For example, for, you know, somebody who's overseas and doesn't need collection because there's nobody living there, but they've gone beyond their 1-year exemption. Those types of things that ought to be left up to the discretion of the city manager. In my book, it's some of the broader implications that were sussed out of this discussion that I would want to come back.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Councilmember Spies, did you want to add to anything or any questions?
No, I would just add support for what Councilman Hume had in terms of the change.
So Councilmember Hume, do you want to phrase a motion that includes what you were describing?
We need to do 1 and 2 first, because I think 3 is the.
Yeah, that's the third one. So any questions on the others?
I don't have any questions on any of the others, no.
Okay, very good.
Well, I'll go ahead and move motion 1 to introduce and waive a full reading by substitution of title only, an ordinance repealing and replacing Elk Grove Municipal Code Title 30 Solid Waste Management, CEQA exempt.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
And that'll be for the ordinance and the first motion of item 8.2, starting with the roll call vote with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
Ordinance of item 8.2 will pass 5-0.
All right,
And
motion 2.
motion 2 to adopt the resolution.
Second.
And with the motion and the second for the resolution, the second motion of item 8.2, I'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
That resolution will pass 5-0 under item 8.2.
All right, now we're on the motion 3.
I'll defer to Councilmember Hume on this one.
So I think as Heather mentioned it there, maybe she might be the person who would best be able to summarize.
I believe we can just remove the wording that designates authorization to the city manager for future updates.
That'll work.
That'll work?
Okay.
All right. So that's the motion from Councilmember Hume.
Second.
And with the motion and the second on that amended resolution, third resolution of item 8.2, I'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
And that amended resolution for the third motion of item 8.2 will pass 5-0.
All right, very good. We will go on to our next item.
Item 8.3, a public hearing to consider first an ordinance approving an amendment to the Silverado Village special planning area, and an ordinance amending the Silverado Village Development Agreement, and last a resolution approving an amendment to the tentative subdivision map and conditions of approval for the Elliott Springs project.
Okay, are you getting my full presentation screen up?
Indeed, Mr. Ablog, we have audio and visual. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Singh Allen, members of the Elk Grove City Council. Antonio Ablog here to present to you item 8.3, the Elliott Springs project. With this project, the project consists of a special planning area amendment, which would rename the Silverado Village Special Planning Area to the Elliott Springs Special Planning Area. Would also modify the distribution of single-family residences throughout the project and modify development standards related to single-family lots and also the village center. The request also includes a development agreement amendment to modify the terms and conditions of the Silverado Village Development Agreement. And also requested this evening is a tentative subdivision map conditions of approval amendment to modify the conditions of approval approved with the original Silverado Village tentative subdivision map. The project is located in the eastern portion of Elk Grove. Bond Road is to the south and Waterman Road is to the east. The existing general plan designation is low density residential with a zoning of the Silverado Village Special Planning Area. As far as some background on the project, City Council did approve the original Silverado Village Development Project in July of 2014. Those approvals included the certification of an environmental impact report and adoption of a mitigation monitoring plan, establishment of the Silverado Village Special Planning Area, approval of a development agreement with Ventara Holdings, the original owner, and the approval of the tentative subdivision map. The approvals allowed for the development of a 230-acre community with development of up to 660 single-family homes, 125 senior units, 6 acres of parks, and a 71-acre open space wetlands habitat at the northern portion of the site. As far as the current request, to modify these original approvals was submitted late in 2020. That project went through staff review and it was brought forward to the Planning Commission earlier this year on September 16th. Before you can see the approved land use plan. This was depicts how it was approved with the original project. There are some slight modifications that I will get into, but up before you is the original land use plan for Silverado Village. As far as the existing special planning area, the special planning area guides development on the project site and covers the following topics. It includes development standards for each of the 3 planned villages. It covers the allowed uses within those planned villages. It also covers design and development standards for pedestrian connections and trails throughout the project area. And it also speaks to requirements for community amenities as the project builds out. As far as the amendments requested of the SPA this evening, the Elliott Springs amendments to the SPA consist of first, a rename of the SPA to the Elliott Springs Special Planning Area. The modifications to the special planning area will also modify the distribution of single-family residences throughout the project area. If it included a table, what you can see from this table is the overall units do not increase or decrease, but what you have is kind of a redistribution of the units between villages 1 and 2. Village 1 will gain 5 units, and Village 2 will lose 5 units. So overall, the unit count will stay the same. The modifications to the SPA will also modify the development standards of Village 3, which includes the age-restricted housing products, and it includes the Village Core. And since the ultimate build out of that Village Core is unknown right now, we've modified the SPA to allow some flexibility for the future design of that village center. Specific to Village 1, which is the village on the west side of the project site, the SPA amendments reduced the minimum lot sizes in this village from the current 6,300 square feet to a size of 5,775 square feet. However, I want to note that those lots that go below the 6,300 square feet, they're mostly located along Bond Road and along the new collector road that will go through the project site. None of those are located adjacent to the existing Quail Ranch development. As far as the amendments to the development agreement, the requested amendments to the development agreement, they recognize the new owner, Sunset Tartesso, as the successor to the original development agreement party of Ventara Holdings. It does modify the development agreement to recognize the new name, as stated before, from Silverado Village to Elliott Springs. It will initiate a new 10-year term from the effective date of the amended development agreement. So that would bring the effective date of the DA through 2031. It does update references to the number, size, and location of parks based on modifications to the tentative map and special planning area. It also updates references to requirements that would apply should any state or federal laws change during the life of the development agreement. And also updates the special planning area and tentative map exhibits based on the amendments to those items requested this evening. So I'll walk you through the conditions amendments as they're requested for this evening. Some of them are minor, but I'll try to cover some of the more substantive changes. As with the other documents, the conditions changes include a name change from Silverado Village to Elliott Springs. It updates the conditions to reflect the relevant updated tree surveys. It updates the location of traffic calming measures and location of marked and enhanced crosswalks. The crosswalks at internal roundabouts and trail crossings and prominent pedestrian and bike corridors, those are all retained. It removes the requirement to increase the size of one of the original lots, which was lot GG, to meet park standards. That's because, as shown on the screen, we're showing, I believe, lot K. The developer has elected to increase the size of lot K in coordination with CCSD Parks to meet that park demand for the project. The applicant is also requesting to remove condition 32B. That condition requires the construction of a roundabout along Waterman Road, north of Bond Road. For this condition, the applicant worked with staff. Staff determined that at the ultimate build-out condition of the Elliott Springs development, that the expanded intersection would provide adequate circulation onto Waterman through the project. One of the issues with providing the roundabout with this development is they could only provide half of that dedication. They don't have the full right of way to provide the other half to the east of Waterman. But with this project, even though they're constructing the expanded intersection, they will be dedicating the land required for the future build out of that roundabout. There are also changes proposed for conditions for condition 21. Condition 21, as it appears in the council packet, it appears as it was forwarded by the Planning Commission. The condition addresses the construction of a new boundary wall. Within the condition provided in the packet, it includes several options for the treatment of that wall at the location of existing trees, including offsetting the wall from the property line at the location of those trees or the removal of those trees. Before you on the screen, you can see kind of several depictions of how that wall along the property line would appear depending on the height, both of the Quail Ranch Estates property on the west and the Elliott Springs property on the east. Here, Quail Ranch Estates is on the left side of each exhibit and Elliott Springs is on the right side. And you could see at various points throughout the project, there's differing heights ranging from points where Quail Ranch Estates may be a foot higher than Elliott Springs to portions where there's approximately a 4 foot higher grade on the Elliott Springs side. And the condition 21 as it was presented in the staff report attempts to address some of the complications of building this wall, especially if there's trees that are to be retained. Before you, this is the condition 21 as it appeared in the City Council packet. Again, the numbers 1, 2, and 3 are the 3 options for wall treatments. There's 1 and 2 address offsetting of the wall with different options for either an easement or a deeding of the property over to the adjacent property owner, with option 3 referencing the removal of those trees. And if the trees were to be removed, there would not be a wall offset condition. Earlier today, the council should have seen amendments to the condition 21. These amendments were made to condition 21 to address concerns of both the applicant and concerns that we've heard from neighboring property owners. I know this is a lot of text, but I'll try to kind of break out the salient points in the following slide of what this condition does. The condition does still require the applicant to construct a solid masonry wall. This masonry wall will be at least 6 feet in height, but as depicted in one of the previous slides, based on existing requirements for retention, the wall on top of the retention may extend up to 9 or 10 feet from the existing grade on the Quail Ranch Estate side of the property. The condition requires that the wall shall minimize impacts to off-site trees and off-site landscaping to the extent feasible. It does require that the applicant coordinate the design of the wall and any drainage with the adjoining property owner to address their concerns to the extent feasible. It requires the replacement of any removed trees and the repair or replacement of any damaged landscaping. And as far as disputes between the applicant and adjoining property owners related to replacement of those trees or landscaping, they're subject to resolve by the development services director. And all these all these conditions above and requirements above, based on the timing of the condition, all of those must be resolved and satisfied prior to the issuance of improvement plans for Village 1, with Village 1 being the village that abuts the Quail Ranch Estates existing community. Along with the comments that we heard about the boundary condition, we did also hear comments related to drainage, just overall concerns about pad elevations for Elliott Springs versus the existing elevations of Quail Ranch Estates to the west. We've also had comments related to the difference between the preliminary drainage report with the original approved Silverado project and the current improvement plans, including the wall plans proposed by Elliott Springs, and also development around the 100-year floodplain. And I would defer, the applicant will be presenting tonight, and they do have their engineer that could provide further in-depth discussion on the drainage items. Staff had a further update to condition 32. There was an inadvertent omission to that condition related to the Northern Park site. We've added the language to specify that connections and meters to that public park are made by and for a government agency to provide service to a public park. So we just wanted to make sure that change was made. That was a change that was requested by the Planning Commission. Regarding CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, this project does have a certified EIR with mitigation monitoring plan. The current amendments to the project were reviewed against that EIR. The requested amendments to the special planning area to modify the distribution of the single family units does not modify the maximum number of units allowed. Therefore, it will not create any more additional traffic impacts. And further, the amendments contained in the conditions of approval do not intensify the development, and other project components do not alter the density, intensity, or footprint of development beyond the original approvals. Therefore, the original certified EIR is still adequate to cover this project. As far as staff's recommendation tonight, should the City Council agree with what the Planning Commission has recommended and forwarded, along with those amended conditions presented in staff's report this evening, the following actions are suggested. We recommend that the City Council introduce ordinances finding that no further environmental review is necessary pursuant to section 15162, and approving the amended Silverado Village Development Agreement and the Silverado Village Special Planning Area. Also, staff's recommendation is to adopt a resolution finding that no further environmental review is necessary pursuant to CEQA section 15162, and approving a tentative subdivision map conditions of approval amendment for the Elliott Springs project. That concludes my presentation. Staff is happy to answer any questions should you have any.
All right, thank you for that outstanding presentation. I will declare that the public hearing is now open and invite the applicant to speak. I see Mr. Walker.
And I think currently our staff are placing the applicant team so that they have the capacity to unmute themselves. And then as the applicant team, you can make your choices to who you'd like to have present. This is the opportunity for that applicant team to address council and the public.
Terrific. Can you hear me?
I can hear Mr. Eckert, I do believe, and then we just...
Actually, this is Mr. Walker.
All right, very good. We can hear you coming through loud and clear, Mr. Walker.
Great, thank you very much. First of all, I just want to thank you, Mayor and council members, for having us tonight. And my name is Price Walker. We're with Elliott Homes, headquartered here in Folsom, California. And with me tonight is my team, which is Marty Eckert with Elliott Homes, Matt Spokley, our project engineer from Wood Rogers Engineering, and Chad Roberts from Hefner Law. He's our attorney. Really just want to say a couple brief comments. I don't expect to have a long presentation. I just want to say we're excited to be back in Elk Grove, our company, a family-owned business that's been in the building business for a very long time. I've worked for Elliott Homes myself for about 30 years and worked on Churchill Downs, was one of the first projects I worked on when I started with Mr. Elliott. And we're really happy to be back in Elk Grove with actually a lot of friends that now work at Elk Grove that I have known for many years. So we're really excited about that. Also want to start out by thanking staff. Antonio and Darren have worked with us basically weekly for a couple of years since we purchased the property. We purchased the property a couple of years ago from Silverado Builders and immediately started looking at the design and what we could do with the project to make it more of a Elliottized project, which to us meant, more constructible, more livable, more sustainable. We do not sell lots to other builders. We purchase property to build our homes on it, and it is certainly the intent of us to do that. As most, or probably all of you know, we've already graded most of the property already, so we're fully invested in this project. Have design of houses already approved, actually, and so we're definitely planning to go forward with the project in its entirety next year. We are currently looking at active adult scenarios and proposals, and we'll probably be coming forward with that early next year as well. Looking at the project, there were some revisions that we felt were necessary. Antonio has gone through those in great detail, and so I'm not going to do that. He's really done a good job, I think, of laying those out. The real focus, for us, for many months of discussion with staff has been the western boundary, and we've had a lot of discussions with the neighbors. We have worked really hard, and I think very appropriate, with the neighbors on a transparent process. We've had meetings with neighbors along in Quail Ranch. We've had emails. We've had back and forth phone calls. We've had a lot of discussions, and most of those concerns, as Antonio has laid out, really involved the wall along the boundary and what it means to trees, drainage, grading, and two-story homes. One of the original items we caught very early on was that this had a couple of unique requirements, and that was all one-story homes along that boundary. That's a very unique and frankly not ordinary requirement of a builder to be required to put basically 16 single-story homes in a row, and that's something we have not proposed any changes to. We've agreed to that. The second one was the wall itself. A typical project like this, all over this region, would have a good neighbor wood fence between these two projects. This project, I don't know all of the discussions, but this project was required to have a solid masonry wall, 6 foot minimum, along that boundary. And what that 6 foot wall creates is some issues on its own. Some of the issues with these trees are inherent because of the footings of the wall itself. If it was a typical good neighbor wood fence, many of the tree issues would actually go away. Again, we accepted that expense and that condition, and we haven't really balked at that at all. We are, in fact, in agreement with the revised condition 21 as proposed and brought forward tonight by Antonio. We're also in support of the revised condition number 32 as proposed and brought forward today. do have Matt Spokley on board, and I want him to address specifically the drainage and the grading and the elevation changes in the 100-year floodplain. But I just want to make sure that I do touch on one other issue, and that's really the assurances that Elliott has given city staff, city planning commission, city council members, and probably most importantly, the Quail Ranch folks. We again spent a lot of time with these neighbors, and there is assurances that project's going to be built correctly and in a way that takes into account their concerns. And really that process is all of these items we're hearing tonight. The development agreement has many requirements for us to follow. Conditions of approval, obviously we have to comply with each one of those to move forward with final maps. We have a very intense improvement plan and grading plan process that takes months to get reviewed and approved by Darren and his staff. And then you have also inspections. You have inspectors from the city out at the site, making sure those plans are complied with. And so there really is a long list of agreements and contracts that really between Elliott and the city that will result in a long-term project that we believe the city and Elliott and the Quail Ranch folks will all be very happy with. So I really want to just now, at this point, I think turn it over to Matt and let him specifically, or we could just take questions. Either way, we're going to have Matt do some kind of global description of the grading and the drainage, or we could just take questions. How would you, at this point, like us to move forward?
I mean, that's really your prerogative, sir, but I
Okay.
think I would welcome Mr. Spokley.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Matt? Is Matt on?
He is. Matt, you need to unmute yourself.
So we have him in the Zoom environment. What we're seeing is he's muted on his side.
Okay, I think he's unmuted now, but I'm not sure.
I think we lost him.
I think he actually bounced out. He might be reconnecting to get to come back into the meeting.
I see him on the list of attendees, but
I'm selecting to allow him to speak, but it's not letting me, so I'm not sure he's completely connected.
I'm going to go ahead and text him and make sure.
and the other opportunity, if we can't patch through right now, we can go to public comments, and then you're invited to come back and provide closing remarks if you wanted to bring Matt in at that time.
That would be great. If he pops on, we'll to your discretion, we'll let him go through. Obviously, I think it's really important for him to speak on these couple of these items. And honestly, he's the engineer.
Exactly.
I'm a land planner, so I'd really like him to do it.
Exactly. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah. Okay. Let's take some public hearing, and then we'll see what he does.
Well, yeah, we've got a couple of raised hands, so hopefully you can connect with him in the meantime. Thank you, Bryce. With that, I will go ahead and open the public comment opportunity.
So now would be that moment in time for our attendees in the Zoom environment to use that raise hand function to provide comments on item 8.3 related to the Elliott Springs project. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, we did receive 5 written comments prior to the meeting in relation to item 8.3. One was the staff memo that Mr. Ablog referred to. 3 parts of the communication came from 2 residents, and then a 3rd resident provided comment as well. And I believe they're all here to participate and provide comments as well tonight. And so with that, I will pull up the speaker timer and we'll start pulling in our speakers.
Ryan Tidwell, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I think in anticipation for any of our participating members in the Zoom environment, what you want to be ready for when you have your hand raised is that you're ready to unmute on your side as we pull you into the meeting environment. It sounds like we have Mr. Tidwell now. Please proceed, Mr. Tidwell.
Hang on a second before you start my time. I see you're getting ready to do it. I'm trying to do it on my phone, and so I raise my hand on my phone just because there's sometimes an echo on the computer. Can you guys hear me all right?
You are coming in loud and clear, so please proceed.
Okay, I would just a couple seconds over if I go over. I know Mr. Price got a couple of minutes over, kind of 3 minutes, so I'll try and be brief. Good evening, City Council. Thank you for allocating some time and providing the flat platform for us citizens to speak on this item. We really appreciate it. I would ask that further environmental reviews be conducted before approving the ordinances and changes to the conditions of approval to the Elliott Springs project. The reason behind this is because we would like the city to examine the rerouting of White House Creek approximately 1,000 feet to the north between lots 30 and 31 that has occurred. The original portion of this creek that I'm referring to is still depicted on Google Earth, Apple Maps, and Elk Grove's own local trails and bikeways. It shows that it should still be located at the east of us, which is that proposed lot 33. I appreciate the city clerk sending the documentation to us today that included the drainage study that was approved by the City Council in 2014. What I didn't see was an exact reference to the movement of White House Creek 1,000 feet to the north, and I didn't see the supporting documentation and permit that is referenced in Appendix A. If I overlook these items, I would appreciate if someone could show me where they are located. I brought up the question about this creek and the existing culvert and proposed lot 33 that was not directly answered or addressed in the Elk Grove Planning Committee last month. The answer that was presented in that meeting was that there was no existing culvert, even though Google Earth clearly shows a drainage culvert on that map to the northeast of my boundary line of my property. It is my understanding that the building of this culvert is the reason why the elevation of the new lots in Elk Grove and Elliott Springs are approximately 5 feet higher than our existing grade and not the 4 feet that the city staff example showed. I want to add that I do appreciate Elliott Homes and its associates coming out to my property to hear my concerns. It seems as though Elliott is working to be a good neighbor, but I do have some reservations about the lack of urgency on Elliott's part. They are not meeting with us weekly or giving us updates weekly like they are doing with the staff, which I understand, but I do want to make sure that they're working with us in good faith. We have reached out multiple times and trying to move forward with a resolution, but it feels like it should be the other way around. Is there an expected time frame from the city for the applicant to secure the signed agreement that was proposed in condition 21 so that each owner would have their concerns addressed before, which was a prerequisite prior to any commencement of construction along the boundary line in question? The last point that I have is I'm concerned about the language of condition 21. The change to language was submitted and approved on October 3rd in an inter-office memorandum, but was not shared with me during my phone call or email communication with Antonio on October 7th. I did not receive this change of the ordinance until an hour before the meeting, which was approved by the planning committee and was not approved, and the memorandum was not something that was approved during that planning committee. Thank you again for the time to speak tonight. I do appreciate your consideration of our points. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go on to our next caller, please.
Kathy Lee, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All right, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great, thank you. Thanks staff and council for giving us the opportunity. We've come a long way on this project. I've been working on this project for over 17 years. I am glad tonight is finally here, and I certainly hope we can get through the last couple of hurdles that have to be addressed. I sent an email out to the council yesterday with a couple of points that I still need some clarification. The first point is for the record. We want to be able to preserve our right to sue at a future date regarding flooding and drainage issues that may affect Quail Ranch. We have a very strong concern that some of these houses are 5 feet, 4 feet, 2 feet, and even with the Quail Ranch homes. And we're worried that water always finds a way to get to the lowest denomination, and that lowest denomination is our backyards. So for the reason for our reserving our right, we want to get that on the record, that we're still concerned that without all that Elliott's doing, we know they're trying, but we believe that there are still flooding and drainage issues. Condition 21, we just got condition 21 when you flashed it on the screen at 7:30. We were not given any prior notice to this new updated 21. It's very difficult for us to go contact our 16 neighbors and ask them how they feel about this. So I really do believe we need to kick 21 down the road and give us time to digest it, to find out how it affects all of our neighbors. I don't feel that I personally am in the position to say what my 16 neighbors think about that condition. Even though Quail Ranch wrote the original 21, we had no input in writing this 21. I think it's just shameful that the city and Elliott worked on this condition knowing that it was a condition near and dear to our hearts, and we had no input and didn't have the courtesy to be given what was the staff just showed us. We did not get that. We saw it just now at 7:30. It's shameful. The last thing, and I probably don't have enough time, but there is an email out there from the Elliott representative, Marty Eckert, that was written on 9/16, which answered quite a few of our questions. It was a great email. It had a lot of assurances in there for the Quail Ranch people. We shared it with our group, and everybody took a deep breath that some of our questions were answered, and what we want to know is how we get those promises and assurances that was in that email somehow recognized for the record that those things will happen. We do have them in an email, but we know that if it's not in the project somewhere, it's like it doesn't exist. I'll have to end. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I think for staff, I believe that we also have Mr. Steve Lee is on the same line of Kathy and Steve Lee. I think they're dialing in via the same account. And if we could actually keep that one active and then see if Mr. Steve Lee has some comments as well.
Mr. Lee, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, hi, can everybody hear me now?
We can.
Okay, very good. Thanks for listening, everybody. Hey, Madam Mayor, City Council members, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I appreciate it. I was hoping to get some more information from Elliott Homes before I got a chance to speak related to condition 21. I did have a chance to read it in the past half hour. I have taken some notes related to it. It certainly is an improvement from where we were, where we started, and where we were with the staff reports version of it. I don't think we're still there yet. I think it's still vague and ambiguous. I do need some clarification for maybe Marty can answer these questions. Please explain how the new 21 affects the two northernmost homeowners and the pop-outs that they were planning on having. I'd like to know the status of the promises or the agreements that were spoken about and addressed in Marty's September 16th memo. Are those still going to be enforceable, or are they still going to be enforced? And are you planning on doing the rest of them with the rest of the tenants out here, the rest of the homeowners out here? Are you going to continue to do that? That's not addressed in this as well. Like my wife said, Marty's email from 9/16, I would like to have that somewhere in a permanent record as part of the staff report, some sort of report where we can refer to it and hold it out as saying, this is the agreement, that they made these promises, they made these agreements, we want to make sure they hold to it. And I don't doubt, I'll tell you that Elliott Springs and Price have done a great job with listening to us, hearing our complaints, hearing our issues, and we've worked very close with them. They've worked close with us. We both have issues. We both work together. I think we've made a lot of progress here. And Quail Ranch has certainly done their part as well as Elliott Springs has. The backyard modifications, I want to make sure that the backyard modifications that have been promised are going to be carried through. And I'd like some reassurances on that matter. I know the Planning Commission Chairman Murphy requested that the timing mechanism be placed in related to the 16 homeowners and their agreements to be negotiated in good faith with Price Walker be in place before the city were to approve the final planning of the wall and along Village Walk, Village One. Thanks for your time. I appreciate it. Again, if we could tighten up the vague and ambiguous portions of 21 still, I think would be helpful. And I look forward to Marty's presentation related to how it's going to affect our homeowners, the new 21, that is. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. Any other callers?
And I believe we do have another caller coming in.
Mark Graham, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. You know, I don't know this issue in depth, but when I hear both Kathy and Steve Lee talking about their ongoing efforts to get some cooperation from the city, to be informed as to the developments by the city, to have their reasonable requests actually written into city policy and the changes that you're going to make. And especially Kathy Lee said she's been working on this project for 17 years. My God, she probably knows this issue better than anybody, except for maybe one person on city staff. And I really think that you ought to listen to your residents and don't cut them out of the process. The last thing we want as residents, and I'm talking about all issues in general, is to be shut out, to have our, not only our concerns, but our requests and our objections ignored, dismissed, blown off, etc. And then we read about it, you know, either read about it in the newspaper when it's done, or we find out about it when the bulldozer shows up right across the street from our house to put up some obnoxious development. Please allow the residents that are nearby, the neighbors, to be directly involved to the maximum extent possible. We have some very talented people working on city staff. You know how to do this, but you haven't committed, it sounds like, to actually doing this. And I'm asking you to make that commitment, and council, please provide that direction tonight. Get the residents involved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next caller.
And I do not see any other raised hand functions in the Zoom environment for item 8.3. So that is going to conclude public comment, general public comment for item 8.3.
All right, then I will go ahead and close the public comment opportunity and invite back the applicant to speak.
Yes, I'm really curious is whether Matt Spokley ever got on. Clerk's office, did you ever see Matt get on here?
No, we saw his name earlier on the Zoom environment, but I think we have Mr. Darren Wilson might have an update. I see his camera.
Yeah, so Matt's having some technical difficulties. I did forward him the call-in number, so hopefully we'll get him on board soon.
Well, while he's doing that, I'll attempt to at least address a couple of the issues that we heard. I think Mr. Tidwell's, I really need Matt to explain some of that, the hydraulics and the engineering would really be better off if he did that. But in terms of condition 21 and Mr. Lee's and Mrs. Lee's comments, I too didn't get the full condition till tonight. I do think this condition truly takes into all of the aspects that we've been discussing over these last months, and it I believe puts the onus on Elliott and the final approval by the city, which is I think the right place it belongs, and in as you read it, in coordination with the property owners. So each one of these property owners, in order for us to build this wall, are obviously going to have to be in approval. We can't get into somebody's backyard without their okay. And we are continuing to meet with individual property owners, as you know, and if you need more time with this condition, you know, I would understand that. I think if you read it though, it's very well written, and I think it attempts very well to meet both the city's, Elliott's, and the homeowners' concerns, and each one of those have to be met for this condition to be complied with. And I do take some offense, obviously, to Mr. Graham's statements, as the Lees could attest. We've had a long process with them. Staff, I believe, is still meeting with the Lees and others along there. And, you know, I do think we're at a point where we'd like to move this tonight. We have been very, very, very consistent in our statements, in our position that the wall should be on the property line. The idea of taking the wall and offsetting it only leads to other issues down the line, be it drainage, be it ownership, be it maintenance. If the issue is trees, we should put the wall on the property line and allow Elliott at our cost to replace those trees. And that's how the condition reads. And I would strongly recommend that we move forward with condition 21 as written.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. As we're waiting for Matt, Darren had a quick question, I believe. I see a hand raised.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate it. Question for staff, couple questions, actually. One, Antonio or Darren, could you address Mr. Tidwell's comments? He mentioned some, you know, not seeing the same information in some of the documents. And I was just wondering if you could address that issue there and maybe explain to all of us exactly what he's referring to. And then the second question I have is for Mr. Hobbs on the condition. And I really, first of all, I just really appreciate seeing the community and the builder work together on this. And I'll save my comments for the comments for later. But the condition, am I interpreting this right, Mr. Hobbs, that this is a shall, meaning that the Development Services Director shall approve this? So it kind of puts it, I think, as Mr. Walker is alluding to, puts it in the hands of the city to have final say. So, and with, that may give the residents, Mr. and Mrs. Lee, some comfort knowing that there is a tie here to having the city still is very much involved, and the builder the city must approve what eventually goes forward. So those two questions, if you could clarify for me, appreciate it.
Sure, Councilmember Sue, and I'd be happy to. And you're right, you hit the nail on the head. I assisted staff with drafting this condition. One of the things we tried to do was put it back on the city to be the arbiter, the approver of the wall ultimately. And that's what this says. You're right about that, Councilmember Sue. The city, and specifically the Development Service Director, is the entity who is authorized to approve this. So it's not the developer and it's not the property owner. I would note, however, that there's important language at the end of this that does benefit the adjoining property owner. And what it does is when the wall is being put in, if there's any damage to a tree or landscaping, the developer has already said, you just heard Mr. Walker say that he will replace trees. And this is written in such a way that they have to make it as good or better than is existing out there. And importantly, at the end of this, when the Development Services Director is asked to address any disputes with respect to the landscaping, the trees, he or she is supposed to give deference to the desires of the adjoining property owner, not the applicant, not the developer, but the adjoining property owner. And so when he or she makes that determination, happens to be a he right now because it's Darren, but we don't know when this is going to happen, they give deference to the adjoining property owner. And that was written in there out of respect to the property owners, so that if they have something particular they want, and for some reason the developer doesn't want to do it, then the Development Service Director says, hey, wait a minute, the adjoining property owner, you just damaged their property. We're going to try to give them something along the lines of what they want. It has to be as good, if not better, than is already there. So the ultimate arbiter of this really does lie with the city and specifically the director. And that was intentionally done to kind of try to make us, the city, the sort of neutral third party here to make a resolution here so that it doesn't all fall on the applicant to make these determinations. I think Mr. Lee made a good point about that. And he also made a good point about the way the prior condition was written. It left a lot of vagaries. And I think Mr. Walker made a similar point. This was intended to tie that up a little bit.
Thank you very much. Mr. Alblog?
Yeah, Councilmember Suen, yeah, just to answer your question, I know you're referring to comments from Mr. Tidwell in relation to condition 21. And as the council knows, condition 21 wasn't finalized until just earlier today. That's why it was late in getting out just prior to the hearing. And in the correspondence with Mr. Tidwell, I had an earlier version that had the incorrect date of October 3rd. But I just want to confirm that the condition 21 as it appears on the green sheet and as I provided in the presentation was not available at Planning Commission and was not really available until just earlier today.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about the drainage issue with the culvert, what he's referring to.
Oh, and so as far as drainage, I think we're trying to get Matt Spokley on the line.
Here.
Matt is on the line, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So Mayor Singh and council, I apologize. I had a catastrophic failure of my internet at my old house, and I had to run over to a different location to jump on. So my sincere apologies to not only you, the council, but to my client and to
it happens. No worries.
the community members. I do have kind of a sequential response to Mr. and Mrs. Tidwell's comments related to the drainage. And if I might, I'd like to run through those very quickly.
Absolutely. As the applicant, you have more time. It's not general public comments.
Okay, and I apologize to to everybody. Anyway, I'll run through this. So the first question that Mr. Tidwell asked was related to the adjacent properties and required to be built at 5 feet higher than their grade. We've talked about this quite a bit. We have a situation where they're kind of, certainly they're lower than us. We've got a drainage outfall that discharges just to the north of their property for the detention basin for the project. And as the road rises to get over that box culvert, that is sized adequately to convey 100-year flows through our detention basin if the events warrant. We had to install a fairly substantial box culvert. We kept it as shallow as we could to minimize the rise, but that's what's causing that. So as you come from the very south near Bond Road, working your way north, there's a requirement for us to raise the road to get over the box culvert. It's not too it's not very inconsistent with what was provided on the original entitlement documents, and I'll get to that next because that's the second question that Mr. Tidwell asked. Basically, he's asking why did the existing the entitlement document, the preliminary grading and drainage document, indicate that a 2.5-foot retaining wall would be required in his backyard. What was also supplied on that initial document was an approximate pad grade for Mr. Tidwell's property. The previous owner, I think, maybe it was Mr. Tidwell's property at the time, of 44, and a proposed pad elevation on Elliott Springs on the property, on the parcel right behind his property at 48.3. The delta, if you do the math, that's an elevation, that's an elevation difference of 4.3. So apparently that 2012 document had a drafting error, and the H that was listed did say 2.5 feet. But the numbers, the elevation, pad elevations that were indicated on that document, if you ran your own math or looked at it, you would see that it's more than 2.5 feet. It's actually 4.3 feet. So document came from my office. I'll apologize to the Tidwells for that, but those elevations were on the document, and there was a drafting error with the elevation, with the height elevation that was listed. The next question was related to elevation requirements, so that Elliott would build over the top of White House Creek. And were permits in place for us to do that? My response is pretty simple there, and the city wouldn't have allowed us to put a shovel in the ground without verifying that we had all of the necessary permits in place. So we have the permits, the city's checked the permits. That's why the grading was allowed to commence. We certainly have done all of the regulatory things that we needed to do to facilitate the project. The other point that I would just mention is, with the refinements that we made to the existing basin that was on the site to the proposed basin that we're building, we've kind of over mitigated, if you will. We're discharging in our post-development condition less water than the current condition discharges, and it's basically as a result of us refining and expanding slightly the basin and reconfiguring and reconstructing the old outfall with a new outfall that's workable, that works, that will have an opportunity for maintenance there. And I'll get into that in a second because that's one of the next ones. Item 4, item 4, I think kind of falls into item 3. Question 4, can someone please forward us pertinent documents? Those have all been to the city. We've again been approved to do our mass grading. So if the city wants to forward those documents, certainly they can. The next question was item 5, or question 5. Why it was about the existing culvert. I remember this at the planning commission hearing. The word culvert to me means something different than I think it does for Mr. Tidwell. The culvert that he's referring to, I believe, is the outfall pipe of the old spillway or the existing pond that was out there at the Elliott Springs site. That existing culvert or outfall pipe was plugged, and therefore that's why that pond filled up annually. Every winter it would fill up with water, and when the rain events hit, the water would spill over the top of the spillway and move on down the natural exit of the property. So there was a pipe. Yes, it could be referred to as a culvert. The pipe was a part of the spillway. I've got lots of photographs of it, and I've even got photographs of it during a winter event where no water in my photograph was coming out of the culvert pipe. All the water was spilling over the top of the spillway. So I believe that's the culvert he's talking to. There's reference in this question about where it was located. And my response to that is that existing culvert was basically at Mr. Tidwell, the Tidwell's north property line. If you project it to the east slightly, the new culvert and spillway that we're installing are north of that. I'm going to estimate about 150 feet, more in line with where the water ultimately leaves the Elliott Springs property. And then the next question was related to the 100-year floodplain. And that I think was maybe a misunderstanding. Maybe I used the wrong words. I'm not sure. But when we were meeting with the Tidwells in their backyard, this question came up. We have a 100-year floodplain, or excuse me, we have a 100-year water surface elevation in our detention basin that the city has requirements that we have building pads higher than. And that's the 100-year water surface elevation that I was referring to. There might have been a misunderstanding. I might have misspoke, but the 100-year water surface elevation in our detention basin dictates how high the pads have to be adjacent to the basin and adjacent to the roadways around the basin. So that's very clear policy written into grading ordinances for the city of Elk Grove that requires us to be a certain elevation above the 100-year water surface elevation in our detention facilities. And that's what's driving the actual elevation for us on the lots adjacent to Mr. Tidwell's property. And then there was a comment on that same question related to the sheds. And I mentioned that in our meeting. There's approximately a 12-acre shed that's in the southwest corner of the Elliott Springs property that's tributary to Bond Road and Bond Road drainage infrastructure. The remainder of the site, the vast remainder of the site is tributary to it's tributary to White House Creek. We're at the headwaters of White House Creek. So again, the majority of the property drains into our detention basin, which mitigates our development flows, discharges into White House Creek. We have about a 12-acre area that's right adjacent to Quail Ranch that from just north of Mr. Tidwell's property, it is where the shed break is. We're required to maintain that shed area and the flow of that shed area. We did, and that's why the pads are elevated the way the pads are in the final design. So with that, I believe I've answered the questions. There's some other comments that are maybe not so much related to me, i.e. the copies of the permits and the references to Mr. Eckert's email, but I think I've answered the technical questions there.
Thank you, Matt. Mr. Walker, did you want to provide any additional comments?
I think at this time I would just take some. I think we'll just pass and take questions. And again, I want to ask for your support tonight to move the project and with the revised condition 21 and revised condition 32.
Thank you. And I do still see a hand raised by Mr. Tidwell. The public comment opportunity has closed. However, because your name was referenced by Matt in his comments, I don't know if you still have additional questions, but let's see, Jason. Did we want to bring him back?
But Mr. Tidwell back on, the question would be whether you just want him to have open comments or any timer or anything of that nature.
Normally, obviously, public comments are closed, but because he specifically was referenced in the last set of comments, I just think it would be appropriate just to allow any additional comments or questions, and then we can go on to other deliberations by council.
We will pull in Mr. Tidwell, and all he'll need to do is just unmute, and I think he's got it from his side.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Indeed, coming through loud and clear. Please proceed.
I really appreciate the additional opportunity to speak. I think Matt did a great job in explaining some of the questions that I had earlier in the week. The one thing that I just wanted to add and make sure is because he didn't actually hear my original points tonight, which were a little bit different than my questions. I just wanted to make sure he heard that. I was really referencing, and he was talking about the culvert that is now to the north. I think he said about 100 feet north of our property. And what I was really asking was that drainage pipe that he was talking about, or outpour, whatever you want to call it, that really appears on a bunch of different references as part of White House Creek. So in essence, what I was asking for somebody to explain is why the creek was moved to the north instead of just left in place. That's really what I was looking to address today.
All right, thank you.
Oh, sorry. Am I muted? Thanks.
No, did that complete your
Price.
comments?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tidwell. All right, Matt or Price, any further comments based on what you just heard? Otherwise, I will move on.
Matt, do you want to, I would allow Matt to touch on that White House Creek rerouting.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to try to answer Mr. Tidwell's question. That this is the very, headwaters of White House Creek. And in fact, the existing detention basin is where, where the water ponds up, gets stored and spills out and heads down White House Creek. And all of the environmental permitting through the Corps of Engineers, through Fish and Wildlife, through, all the regulatory agencies was done, was approved. And this plan to shift about 150 feet. Again, I don't have the plan in front. I don't have measurements in front of me. I've got the plan in front of me, but it was allowed per all of that environmental permitting to push to the north. Ironically, what Mr. Tidwell, what originally occurred out there was water would spill out more directly in shot with your backyard. Actually, right along your north property line, the water would leave that old structure, spill over the spillway because the low flow pipe was plugged for, I don't know how many years, but for many years. This project's been going on for a while, as you know, and the water would direct straight towards your property. And then there was a small, very shallow ditch that turned the water to the north and took it to the point where we are taking the water from the proposed detention basin off of the Elliott Springs property to the west. So the project will take that old outfall structure that kind of shot straight towards your property. We're realigning it and we're angling it more towards the northwest. And we're directing that water in a more well-defined ditch to the point where the water left the property originally. And Mr. Tidwell, as I mentioned, just because this question has been asked by many property owners, the detention basin was oversized slightly. I mean, it's not a huge amount, but we were oversized the basin slightly. So the post-development discharge is less than the pre-development discharge from that existing outfall structure.
Thank you, sir. And for the record, can you just state, who you work for and your degree? Because the reason I'm saying that is I have respect that you're an engineer. This is what you do.
Yeah, no problem, Madam Mayor. My name is Matt Spokley. I'm a vice president with Wood Rogers Consulting Engineering, and I manage our Sacramento civil operations.
All right, thank you. All right, any additional closing remarks? Otherwise, I will declare the public hearing is closed if I don't hear anything further from the applicant.
We are good, Madam Mayor.
Okay, very good. Then at this time, I will go ahead and declare that the public hearing is now closed and open it up for council deliberations and direction. And we will start with Councilmember Hume.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would first like to start with a couple of questions, and given that the applicants are still on here as panelists, I would ask of them and/or of staff the email from September the 16th that has been referenced from, I believe, Mr. Eckert to the residents of Quail Ranch. There was a request to have that made as part of the record. Is there anything in that email that has not been captured in conditions of approval or otherwise codified as a part of this approval?
I don't know who you're asking that of, council member. I don't think there's anything in there that, I mean, clearly it was a email from us directly, I think, to Mr. Lee. But I don't think there's anything in there that we're not saying today, but I don't have it in front of me.
Okay.
I think most of, again, I don't have it in front of me, so I shouldn't comment directly on it, but I don't think there's anything in there. It was a result of questions that the Lees had asked us, and Marty Eckert had gone through each one of those and attempted to respond. I mean, we had several others. I have a lot of emails between us and the Lees.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. And then question, this is for City Attorney John, if you could ask, there was a item mentioned about the right to sue regarding future flooding. To me, that seems like that could be opening up a potential can of worms, given that the new property owners, whomever is the ultimate owner of the created lots, could change their conditions of their lot that might alter the hydrology that has been engineered and put in place by the development. I'm wondering who would be responsible to answer to that if that, I mean, obviously new development has to handle its own drainage. And so.
Yeah, so let me see if I can address that. Obviously, I don't have a crystal ball to know exactly what people are going to do with their property. There's always a possibility someone could change the grade, alter the drainage, but we don't anticipate that. I'm confident that there will be a drainage plan in place here that will be sufficient. One of the reasons for the change to condition 21 to align the wall along the property line was to help mitigate some of the issues and concerns with drainage. We hope that that will happen. To answer your question, Councilmember Hume, about who would be responsible if there were flooding, to put it simply, whoever caused the flooding. And that begs a lot of questions, I recognize, but the city would be simply approving a project. The developer, if they cause the flooding, or the future property owner, if they cause the flooding by changing the grade, could have some liability. The rules on flooding are fairly nebulous. It really comes down to an issue of, did you act reasonably under the circumstances? And that's about as precise as we get. But to put it short, if somebody caused flooding on the adjoining property owners, they could have responsibility for that.
Okay. But as far as what we're doing with approving the development plans and obviously the drainage plan and all of that, we would have assurances that they are not creating an issue wherein other properties are being flooded.
That's correct. Yeah, we're approving the plan. If you approve it, the plan would require the developer to accommodate the drainage and mitigate any risk of flooding.
Okay, great, thank you. And then next question for Darren Wilson, who is our current development services manager. Given that position is on the hook for making determinations relative to condition 21, I would appreciate whatever insight you can offer relative to your understanding of what's called out in that condition and how you might go about resolving issues that might arise out of a disagreement between existing Quail Ranch property owners and Elliott Homes or their successors?
Certainly, Councilmember Hume. I think the conditions written with some flexibility as well as some discretion on my part or my position's part to be able to be that arbitrator. I think what we're trying to do is find that happy medium where we didn't have 15 agreements or 16 agreements out there, or 16 approving authorities out there dictating different designs, what have you. I'm confident that Price and his team will deliver. They've delivered so far. And I think what this does is provide some assurance to the adjacent property owners without putting a condition on themselves, as well as not creating a situation where we have property rights issues, maintenance issues, drainage issues as well. So I'm confident that I've been doing this for about 30 years, and it always seems to work out between the adjacent property owners and the developer. And to be honest with you, generally these conditions aren't this specific when it has a boundary condition like this, but.
And so obviously you have history with the, iteration of this project. God forbid something were to happen to you and there would be somebody taking up your mantle. You feel that the condition is written in a way that the next person would be able to understand and implement and arbitrate, as you say, in a way that's going to get a reasonable solution?
I do, Councilmember Hume.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are all my questions. And so I will begin my deliberation. Do you want to move on to deliberation directly, Mayor, or would you like to go through council questions first?
You've got the floor. Go for it.
Very good. So I appreciate the sentiment shared by Kathy Lee of being at this project for the last 17 years. I too have been involved in this in one fashion or another. I was on the planning commission when Syntex originally overbid to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. Then the next highest bidder to buy this property. Then they renegotiated that down. I don't know how that worked. I've served on the sanitation district board as this contract has come up, and all of the flaws on top of flaws and stick-to-itiveness, I guess, for lack of a better term, reared its head through several different ownership and project proposals. I have to say that in all of that, Elliott Homes has shown the most forthrightness in their dealings with the neighbors, in their, I think, transparency of trying to be true to what previous approvals set about and what they felt was achievable and some areas where they needed to have a little bit of refinement. And so, there's a lot of focus tonight has been almost entirely on those parcels on the western corner, and that's understandable. And I do feel has been said by staff here tonight that I think we're at a pretty good place where there's a pretty good understanding of the sensitivities. And I think that we do have good actors with Elliott Homes to make good on their promises. And I know that those residents are going to hold their feet to the fire to be sure that that happens. And to the extent there is a dispute that is not handled amicably through the resolutions called out in those conditions, I can absolutely guarantee that the city council is going to hear about it. And that's, that's the way it's been, and that's the way it's going to be if this doesn't work out. Just from a perspective of history in the industry, as well as a lot of the things that we've seen throughout the years of residential issues from constituents in the city, I have to say that putting the fence on property line is really the best long-term solution, rather than trying to create a situation where maintenance issues and property line issues and these types of things become muddled by not having it on property line. In addition to that, our code would allow for a wood fence between residential use to residential use, and so I think that having a concrete wall is going above and beyond. And then to Mr. Tidwell, I recognize that the height of the adjoining lot is a little bit higher than your backyard, but I think that I've heard from the applicants that they are willing to work with you on softening the perceived height of the wall from your side of the lot, as well as I mentioned to them the possibility of planting some trees on their side of the wall in order to provide greater screening, and they were amicable to that. So I think if you sit down, everybody with the interest of moving forward, there is a solution to be had relative to how those lots interface. And then, a lot of talk has been focused, as I say, on this one particular part of the project. But for me, I look at the overall part of the project, and granted, we did go through the approval process previously, but when you look at what this project is doing with respect to preserving considerable amount of open space to the north of their property, as well as within the project of the detention basin that Mr. Spokley was talking about, the senior home or age-restricted component to the community, the patio homes, which is a product type that is not offered elsewhere in the city right now, to my knowledge, and finally putting to bed what has been a 17-year grind. And I think there's a little peace of mind that goes along with that. So I'm satisfied that the efforts and the outreach have been done, and they will continue until there is resolution. And I'm comfortable moving forward. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there that was a motion in there?
I will make a motion, and then I also just wanted to add that I spoke with the chairman of the Planning Commission today to just make sure that his position from the Planning Commission had been captured by staff adequately. He seemed to agree that it was, and he felt like this project is at a good place to move forward.
Thank you.
So, Mayor, can I offer a suggestion based on what Councilmember Hume just mentioned? Here's my suggestion: is I would take Councilmember Hume's comments as sort of a tentative motion. We have sort of a procedural mechanism here because we have an ordinance.
Yeah, there's two motions.
And then a resolution. So if it's all right with you, Councilmember Hume, can we treat your comments as, for lack of a better term, tentative support at this point rather than a formal motion?
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we will go on to Councilmember Spies. Oh, well, sorry, Councilmember Soon, I'll come to you next.
No problem. Yeah, either way works for me. I'm good. Okay, so, given the conversation between staff, applicant, residents, I think the questions tonight have been answered well. I think that all of this is a good resolution. I think Councilman Hume has kind of squeezed the juice from the grape, for lack of a better term. I've been involved with this program, certainly not as long, project, not as long as others have been, but I was on the 2014 Planning Commission. And I have to echo what Mr. and Mrs. Lee and Councilman Hume have stated, is that Elliott Homes is doing a fantastic job in doing the outreach, the conversations, the negotiations, conversations. This was something that we didn't see the same level of in 2014. And I know Mr. and Mrs. Lee to be very straight shooters. They've never been one to hold back. And so, when they tell me that, or when they tell us that Elliott Homes has been working with them, I certainly believe that. And I know that staff has been there along the way, listening to what the residents have to say, as they always do. So, with that, I would echo support, or whatever it was that Councilman Hume was asked, general support or whatever, for the motion. So
thank you. Councilmember Suen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If nothing else, I hope folks are getting a glimpse at how complex sometimes these projects can be, and that these details matter, certainly to the Quail Ranch Estates residents to the west. So I also want to echo what Councilmember Spies was mentioning. Just really appreciate the residents and Elliott working together to solve this issue. I do want to ask a question, trying to also address Mrs. Lee's comment earlier, her concern about drainage. And I think part of it was addressed in the fact that, there's going to be a wall there and not a wood fence. And so I hope that provides some comfort in terms of, it's more impervious surface, right? If it was a fence, that higher elevation, water could seep through. But I want to furthermore, I want to address it because, we're the approving body. I'm looking at Darren Wilson. In the day when I used to do these things, the standard of practice was to make it so that the back of the lots drain away. So the wall's your starting point, you're grading the lot so they drain away towards the street. It's designed that way. And then in this situation here, where you have a retaining wall, typically you have a perforated drain at the base of the footing of the wall that would take any water that would collect against that wall and then go out to the street to the east into Elliott Ranch's development. Darren, can you confirm that for me? And I see Matt's hand is up. I'm happy to have Matt answer, but I'm looking at Darren only because we're the approving body. So want to see if we're going to check for that and if that's still the standard of practice.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct, Councilmember Soon. That's the typical grading pattern for lots is high point at the back and drain it towards the street on both sides. And I believe that's the way Quail Ranch was designed as well. And I would have to defer to Matt, but typically a retaining wall does have some type of French drain with a perforated pipe. So I'll let Matt speak more on that.
Madam Mayor, if we could defer to Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. Matt, can we get you on?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilman Soon. And Mr. Wilson, yes, that's the case. In this situation, we have up to 4.5. Well, we have taller walls north of the property line. Those walls will all be designed to have under drains so that we can deal with the water pressures that typically would occur without having drains. The system that we're employing on these walls at the fence lines or at the property lines, we've got slits and openings that allow whatever water happens to percolate down and get down to that level to seep through the wall and flow out to the west in this case. And as mentioned before, the drainage for the higher lots is all out towards the streets. So there will be swales around the units, taking the water out to the new streets. That's very typical for dealing with situations like we have in this situation.
Thank you, Matt, for confirming that. So, hopefully, Mr. and Mrs. Lee, that this gives you, a better understanding of how the drainage is accommodated. I think you heard from Mr. Hobbs earlier about drainage law, and there is, legal requirements for you not to drain on other people's property. So, and then finally, we have the condition 21 that provides, in this case, Darren Wilson, but the Director of Development Services, great latitude in terms of, refereeing, for lack of a better term, but trying to get, an agreement to something that works for everybody. So I hope that will provide some comfort in your comfort level for you, all the public, and again, the address some of these concerns. Very valid. Drainage is very important, an issue, of course. So hopefully that addresses that. I do want to also repeat, earlier that this project, meeting a need for the community and the region, frankly, age restricted. Housing in general. So I think that's a good thing. And then finally, Elliott Homes as a builder, nobody's perfect, but I will tell you, my personal experience, I owned Elliott Home in Elk Grove for 20 years, and my family raised 3 kids there. It was very, and I was the original owner, so they were very good when we bought it. And our experience there has been nothing but stellar. I believe that's the last time they actually were in Elk Grove. So I personally am happy to see them back. And I think what they've demonstrated here, working with the neighbors, I think that definitely lends greater credence to who they are as a builder and what they will be like as a partner in the community. So I also offer my tentative support this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Thank you, ma'am. I first want to thank the Lees for their 17 years of engagement in this, but also Mr. Tidwell for consistently emailing and being engaged. I read all the emails, but what I did hear from both parties as they called in is that they appreciated Elliott Homes for their interaction, and that what I heard was that it's been a long time coming and there's been some progress made. And so I do like hearing that, because as my colleagues stated earlier, you don't get that with many of the other developers. I feel like Mr. Matt Spokley did an excellent job addressing many of the points that was discussed, and that many of the 3 questions I had was exactly what Councilmember Pat Hume had asked. And so, I won't repeat everything that was said. I want to thank both sides, the developer, the entire team for even walking us through many of these questions that we had. But also, again, the Tidwell and the Lees for being so engaged and getting their 16 residents also engaged in this as well too. It's because of community members like that gets our attention and also bring awareness to some of the issues that are happening in their area. And so we try our best to make sure that we address all of the concerns. And sometimes we can't address everything, but we do try as best as we can. And that's what I feel like I heard today. And so I am supportive of moving this forward as well too. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nguyen. I probably will be repetitive from my other council colleagues who did an excellent job, but I do want to get my sentiments on the record as well. First and foremost, I do want to thank Elliott Springs. You've really raised the bar as it relates to developer and home builder outreach. This is how you do it. This is how to do things right. When you get the community involved. I heard a comment earlier during the public comment that the residents should be involved. They have been. And I think you should be very proud of the product that you have. I haven't seen anything like that in years, not only during my time at the school board, but also as mayor. So really, you should feel proud of the work that you've done. I think this is quite incredible. So again, I want to thank the applicant for their due diligence and the outreach to all of the neighbors, and then the stakeholders, the engagement outreach, and the sort of the concessions along the way on where you did find agreement. Really, again, goes above and beyond what I have seen in years. I'm also very impressed with the applicant on your transparency, not only through the engagement process, the email exchanges, and keeping all of us updated, the communications with staff and with the residents. Just again, really, really want to commend you for that. I also want to thank the residents that reached out, including the Tidwells and Steve and Kathy Lee, for your tenacity in making sure that you felt like you were represented, that you had a voice at the table, and that your concerns were listened to. And I think what you see is a result of those discussions. And while we can't have everything that we always want, I think that what we see here is that win-win that that anybody should be proud of. That there was a win-win that the residents and the applicant can be proud of. I also want to thank George Murphy for spending time with me over the last several days, going through not only the staff report, but really sharing his concerns. But most importantly, that the staff report does reflect what his hopes are for the project and the Planning Commission, because there was some confusion on whether or not some of the comments that he made were reflective of his intent. So that clarity that came from him was very much appreciated. Want to thank the applicant for the time meeting with me, and then also answering any outstanding questions that I had today. Other than that, that green sheet, I think, provided excellent additional information and goes a long ways towards addressing some of those outstanding concerns that I heard from folks from the Quail Ranch area. And I have faith in the engineers and Mr. Spokley in your presentation as it relates to drainage. You're the expert in this field, and of course we have experts on our staff, and we trust you and our staff to guide us through this process in providing us with the best expertise and advice along the way. So I'm very supportive of this project, and again, just want to really commend the applicant for not only your due diligence, your transparency, and being very inclusive of the community. Other developers and home builders, please pay attention to how to do something right. So with that, I will move on to, we have supportive comments, but we don't have a motion yet.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please.
I would like to introduce and waive the full reading by substitution of title only, an ordinance finding that no further environmental review is required pursuant to state CEQA guidelines section 15162 for the Elliott Springs project, PLNG 20-049, and approving the amended Silverado Village Development Agreement.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
For the roll call vote on the first motion ordinance of item 8.3, I will start with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
First ordinance of item 8.3 will pass 5-0.
And I would also like to introduce and waive the full reading by substitution of title only, an ordinance finding that no further environmental review is necessary pursuant to section 15162 and amending the Silverado Village Special Planning Area for the Elliott Springs project, PLNG 20-049, assessable parcels numbers 127-001-000-040-104-105 and -106.
Second.
And with a motion and a second for the second ordinance of item 8.3, I will start the roll call vote with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
That second ordinance of item 8.3 will pass 5-0.
Finally, I would move to adopt the resolution finding no further environmental review is necessary.
Second.
And I think just for the clarify, I see Mr. Hobbs going on. I'll let him continue on.
So for clarity, the resolution is no further environmental review and approving the amendments to the tentative subdivision map. And I would suggest that you add with the changes to the conditions as indicated in the green sheet supplemental memo of today's date, October 30th, 2021.
I amend my motion to reflect the verbiage as put forth by the city attorney.
Thank you, sir.
Second. And I second.
And
All
with
right, we have
that
a motion and a second.
motion and a second for the amended resolution for item 8.3, I will start the roll call vote with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
The resolution of item 8.3 will pass 5-0 as amended.
All right. Congratulations to everyone. We will move on to our next item.
The next item will be item 8.4, which is actually 3 public hearings to consider the 57th annexation to Community Facilities District 2003-2 Police Services, the 72nd annexation to Community Facilities District 2006-1 for Maintenance Services, and the 46th annexation, the stormwater drainage fee zone 2.
Madam Mayor, if it's agreeable, I would ask to waive staff presentation and move straight to public comment and subsequent action.
I have no objection. Is
Agreed.
consensus?
Agreed.
I'm good with it.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm fine with that.
No offense, Renee.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure you've got this presentation memorized by now.
Yes, absolutely. So I will go right into the public hearing portion. So with no objection, I will then go ahead and declare the public hearing for CFD 2003-2 Annex 57 is now open, and open the public comment opportunity.
So for our attendees in the Zoom audience, we're under item 8.4. And if you do have public comment, you actually have 3 takes at it in order to address item 8.4 if you use the raised hand feature. But what we'll repeat throughout this process is for all of these public hearings under 8.4, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, there were no written comments that were submitted prior to the meeting as public comment for these items. And as I look over the list of attendees, we do not have a raised hand function, so that'll conclude public comment on the CFD 2003-2 Annexation 57.
Thank you. I'll close the public comment opportunity and declare the public hearing for CFD 2003-2 Annex 57 is closed.
Motion A1.
Second.
And with the motion and the second for motion A1 of item 8.4, I will start the roll call vote with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
Resolution of A1 will pass 5-0.
All right, can I request the results of the ballot tabulation?
Indeed, of 206 possible votes, 206 affirmative votes were cast authorizing the city of Elk Grove to levy a special tax at the rate apportioned and described. The measure passes with more than 2/3 of all votes cast in the election in favor of the measure. Resolution declaring the results of the election is available for council consideration.
Motion A2.
Second.
With a motion and a second on the resolution of A2, I will start the roll call vote with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
Resolution of A2 will pass 5-0.
Move to introduce and waive the full reading by substitution of title only, an ordinance levying and apportioning the special tax and territory annexed to Community Facilities District number 2003-2, Police Services Annexation number 57, and amending Elk Grove Municipal Code Section 3.18.010.
Second.
With the motion and the second for the ordinance of A3, I will start the roll call vote with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
The ordinance of motion A3 will pass 5-0.
All right, we're on to our second public hearing, CFD 2006-1 Annex 72. I will declare that the public hearing for CFD 2006-1 Annex 72 is now open, and open the public comment opportunity.
And again, I will confirm no prior written comments were submitted for this public hearing item. I do not see any hands raised in our Zoom environment. That will conclude public comment for CFD 2006-1 Annex 72.
All right, I'll close the public comment opportunity and declare the public hearing for CFD 2006-1 Annex 72 is closed. And I'm looking for a motion B1.
Move B1.
Second.
With a motion and a second on the resolution of motion B1, I will start the roll call vote with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
That resolution of motion B1 will pass 5-0.
All right, I'd like to request the results of the ballot tabulation.
Indeed, of 208 possible votes, 208 affirmative votes were cast, authorizing the city of Elk Grove to levy a special tax at the rate apportioned and described. The measure passes with more than 2/3 of all votes cast in the election in favor of the measure. A resolution declaring the results of the election is available for council consideration.
Move B2.
Second.
And with the motion and the second for the resolution of B2, I will start the roll call vote with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
Ordinance of B3 passes 5-0.
That was for
The
B2.
resolution.
B2.
I
Yes.
jumped ahead.
And now I will introduce and waive the full reading by substitution to title only, an ordinance levying and apportioning the special tax and territory annex to Community Facilities District number 2006-1 Maintenance Services, annexation number 72, and amending Elk Grove Municipal Code section 3.19.010.
Second.
And this time I will take that vote for the ordinance of motion B3, starting with on the roll call vote with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
And there we got to the ordinance of motion B3 passes 5-0.
All right, our third public hearing is SWDF Zone 2, Annex 46. I will declare the public hearing for SWDF 2, Annex 46 open and open the public comment opportunity.
And again, no written comments under any of these public hearings for item 8.4. And I do not see any raised hand functions being utilized in the Zoom environment for our attendees. That'll conclude public comment for SWDF 2, Annex 46.
All right, I'll close the public comment opportunity and declare that the public hearing for SWDF 2, Annex 46 is closed, and request the clerk to provide the results of the ballot tabulation.
There is no majority protest. Of 208 possible votes weighted according to the proportional financial obligation for each property, 208 affirmative votes were returned. Ballot approves the proposed assessment and the proposed inflation adjustment limits described for the parcels identified in the ballot. So a resolution determining the levy assessments in the district is available for council consideration.
Move adoption of that resolution.
Second.
And with a motion and a second for the resolution of motion C, I will start the roll call vote with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
Resolution of motion C will pass 5-0.
All right, thank you. All right, moving right along. Next item, 9.1.
That'll take us to our section 9 regular agenda action items and recommendations. And that item 9.1 is to consider resolution approving the artwork proposals selected by the review panel and approved by the Elk Grove Arts Commission for the utility box beautification program, and then authorizing contracts with those awarded.
All right, welcome, Carrie.
Oh. My screen showing?
Indeed, and we have audio, we have visual. Please proceed.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Carrie Monty, Administrative Analyst in the City Manager's Office. Tonight, I'll be presenting artwork for the Utility Box Beautification Project. In 2015, the Arts Commission worked with artists to paint 8 utility boxes within the city. Those boxes are shown here. The current beautified utility box locations are listed here with a blue dot. And then the red dots indicate the locations that will be beautified with the new artwork we'll be showing tonight. The Arts Commission wanted to expand the number of beautified utility boxes, this time trying wraps instead of painting. Staff worked on a request for proposal to include local artists within Sacramento County. The RFP was issued on November 4th, 2020, and proposals were due on December 17th. And we had 9 artists submit proposals for review. In January 2021, the artwork was reviewed by Arts Commissioner Nan Mahone and Liz Irons and City staff member Cambria Pollinger. The review committee had 3 top selections. When the Arts Commission originally met in September, they had only planned to beautify 2 locations due to cost. But once we got final numbers, they decided to move forward with an additional 3rd location when they met in January. So the first location to be beautified will be a box on the southern side of District 56, located at Bighorn Boulevard and Lots Parkway. We have a beautiful piece proposed to be installed. Elk Grove artist Jerry Simpson uses art as a tool to bring people together and values the power colors have to spark emotions, and uses his art to express what he believes are relatable and common experiences. The art piece he created for this project will hopefully inspire positive and nostalgic feelings for those who view his work. So the Second location is at Elk Grove and Franklin Boulevards. This location required a license agreement with the Cosumnes Community Services District for use of their property. When looking at this picture, it's the box on the right. This location will be beautified by local artist Polly Laporte. Polly's painting is called Faithful Friends, including dogs and cats that provide emotional support, which we all need, especially in these times. Applying these colorful and fun images of loving pets offers the viewer a sense of well-being and fun. Our third location is on East Stockton Boulevard at Sheldon Road. Artist Judy Knott has been involved in Elk Grove art for a number of years and has chosen to share her flamboyance piece for the Utility Box Beautification Project. Her art is fun, inventive, and colorful, and she wants those viewing her art to feel a sense of joy and connection and to make people smile. We are very excited to have all three artists participate in the beautification of utility boxes in our city. The Arts Commission allocated $5,100 of their budget to pay for this project. Each artist will receive $550, and the wraps will cost approximately $1,000 total. This will include the cleaning and preparation of the boxes, printing, and installation of the 3 wraps. The overall cost of maintenance of the utility boxes is projected to be nominal. So the recommended action is to approve the artwork as recommended by the Review Committee and Arts Commission, authorizing the city manager to execute contracts with the 3 respective artists and ratify a license agreement with the Cosumnes Community Services District. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Monty. Real quickly, is it 2 out of the 3 are from Elk Grove, the artists, or all 3?
2 out of the 3, but they're all within Sacramento County.
Yeah, no, I saw the Sacramento County. I'm just curious how many are our own.
But one has been a longtime resident of Elk Grove.
Okay, very good.
The 3rd.
Excellent. All right, I will open up the public comment opportunity.
And so this would be I just asked staff if they can unshare screen. Thank you very much. Read my mind. But this would be the opportunity for our attendees in the Zoom audience to address item 9.1 through public comment. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, there were no prior written comments submitted in relation to item 9.1. I am looking over our list. We do have a phone caller who's added in. You can use that *9 function on your phone in order to use the raise hand function. Otherwise, you might just be a listener interested in hearing what's going on. And I'm not seeing any change in activity of no hands being raised. So without any hands, we will be concluding public comment under item 9.1.
All right, I will go ahead and close the public comment opportunity and open it up for any outstanding council comments or direction. Councilmember Sin?
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank the committee for working on this. Great selections. Carrie, thank you for all your hard work, you and Lana as well. It's just another way we're beautifying our city. And so I look forward to seeing these things put together and put on the boxes. Thank you very much. I'm happy to move the item if you'll let me. Thank you.
Yes, please. Councilmember Hume?
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a quick question. Was it anything happening on my end, or did everybody have a blacked out for the proposed artwork? I wasn't able to see the proposed artwork ahead of time.
We did that so that we could present it tonight. So
okay.
Yeah, so it's intentional.
Great, thank you.
The unveiling.
Yeah.
Yes, it's now.
All right, I thought we were going to have a bunch of black utility boxes throughout the city. You know, I'm always excited to see this come forward. You know, it took a long time to get this off the ground. I think I tried to move it about 3 different times before it finally caught. And so I think there's some great choices. I'm glad that it's starting to spread out into more of the city, and happy to excitedly second Councilmember Soon's motion.
Great. Councilmember Spieth?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm thrilled to see these 3. I gotta tell you, I first met Mr. Simpson through a lady that many folks know and respect, a lady named Judy Tafoya. I just wanted to mention her name because she is an absolute icon in our art community. And so that's how I met Mr. Simpson. And I've been following him for a number of years. And Miss Knott, I've had some of her art hanging in my office through the Art to Hang program. So I'm super thrilled to see this coming forward. I think that's great selections, and thank you. Or was that a second?
We have a second.
You have a second. Okay, well.
Yep. Vice Mayor Nguyen, did you want to add anything?
No, you know what, I was just gonna say I met Mr. Simpson through Miss Judy Tafoya as well too. And so that was a really nice reminder for me and whatnot. And so I'm really excited to be a part of this and to move it forward to support moving it forward.
Excellent. I have nothing further to add. I love that the city invests in the arts. I've always been a strong proponent for arts as a former school board member. Something for future consideration is something that Sacramento has been doing, the wide open walls. Just to put that in the back burner, something to think about, maybe go take a tour and see what that looks like and see if our city would be a candidate. But this is definitely a great step in bringing more art to our city. So thank you. We have a motion and a second.
With the motion and the second, I'll start the roll call vote for the resolution of item 9.1, starting with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
Resolution of item 9.1 will pass 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Monty. Next item, please.
Take us to item 9.2, which is to consider resolutions authorizing the execution of professional services contracts with Wildan Engineering for development engineering services and with CSG Consultants, Inc. for building safety and inspection services.
All right, Mr. Wilson.
Do we have an audio and a visual?
Now we do. Please proceed. Everything is coming through clear, loud and clear.
Thank you, City Clerk. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Item 9.2 is professional services, is to consider a professional services contract for both development engineering and the building safety and inspection division. So just a little background on contract services. They were provided at the inception of the city, the corporation in July of 2000. We had a planning department. We had development engineering was housed in public works at the time. And then we had a building department. In 2015, we created the development services department where we merged the three divisions, provided a one-stop shop intended to streamline application review and for all private development applications. Of course, the Development Services Department includes code enforcement, which is managed by Rosa Tapia, and housing, which is managed by Sarah Bontrager. In 2016, what are the current contracts? They were renewed with both Wildan for development engineering services and Interwest for the building services. And as some of you may recall, in 2017, we brought the planning services in-house, where we had a core level of 5 city employees that are managed currently by Antonio Ablog. The request for proposals, the RFPs, were released to the public on August 5th. We allowed for single or combined services. So if a consultant wanted to propose for both services, they could. And I believe we had one consultant do that. We received 7 proposals in total by the deadline of August 23rd. 3 of those proposals for development engineering, and 4 of them were for building. The proposal review and evaluation process consisted of a 3-member proposal review team that was basically city staff within the Development Services Department. Some of the important evaluation factors were responsiveness to the RFP, the work plan, the cost of services, the qualification of their staff and the key personnel, and if a transition plan, if necessary, if it wasn't an incumbent, and then of course the references. And after evaluating and interviewing responsive proposers, the review team recommends for development engineering services, Wildan Engineering, And our primary selection factors were staff expertise, institutional knowledge, costs, and corporate stability. Highlights of the new contract terms for Willdan. No different from the last contract, a 3-year contract with discretionary 2 1-year extensions. One savings is they've reduced their share in the predominant flat fee service, which is about 57% of our revenue on an average basis. And so if you were just to project 5 years of revenue in the past, that would equate to about somewhere between $230,000 to $250,000 of money that would actually go to the Development 295 fund balance. So that helps things out there. The contract has no direct cost for admin staff, no direct cost for records management. I'm pleased to say with the engineering division, we're completely electronic. All of our files have been scanned and digitized. And so we're just asking for Willdan to keep that management going. As in the last contract, there's an annual office lease of $17,000 per workstation, and all work executed and is managed through various task orders for services. Moving on to building and safety and inspection. After evaluating and interviewing 3 of the 4 proposers, the review team recommends CSG Consultants. The primary selection factors with CSG was their staff expertise, and I would say the longevity of their company. They're a 30-year-old company, and they're well rooted into this area. The cost and the corporate stability. The highlights of those contract terms with CSG is it's same with Willdan, 3-year contract with 2 discretionary 1-year extensions. They're going to retain the current compensation structure of 40% of their share of all building permit fees and application fees go to CSG. This is consistent with the last contract with Interwest. And if you look over time through using CPI indexes, this is quite a savings on the city as it remains fixed for, it'll remain fixed for at least another 8 years. They've offered to maintain a 7 business day turnaround time on plan check services, which is unheard of in the region. So that's a very quick turnaround time on those plan check services. They have no direct cost for records management. I think we're getting there with like engineering. We're trying to digitize all the plans and become fully electronic and save shelf space and convert it to server space. Like Willdan, the annual office lease is $17,000 per workstation, and they'll continue to implement the city's streamlining programs like PASS, permit streamlining, TI Tuesdays. The recommended action is 2 resolutions that staff recommends that City Council adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with Willdan Engineering for development engineering services. And the other resolution is giving the city manager the authority to execute contract with CSG Consultants, Inc. for the building safety and inspection services. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wilson. I will go ahead and open the public comment opportunity.
Before we get too much further, I just asked staff if they can unshare their screen so that then we'll be able to pull up the speaker timer. And for our members in the Zoom audience, this is the opportunity under item 9.2 to use that raised hand function. If you are on a phone, you can use the raise hand function by using the *9. Put that sequence into your phone, and you'll raise your hand to speak. With that, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, there were no written comments received prior for item 9.2. And as I'm going over our list of attendees, we do have a participant with a raised hand. I'll pull up that speaker timer now.
Jonathan Mitchell, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mayors and council member, my name is Daniel Chow. I'm not Jonathan Mitchell. I'm the Executive Vice President of Wildan Group, Inc. I serve as the principal in charge from Wildan, working closely with city staff on several Elk Grove contracts for the last 11 years. Tonight, I have the pleasure of introducing Jonathan Mitchell, who is actually sitting across from me in our Elk Grove office conference room as the new principal in charge for this new contract. I work closely with Jonathan for over 7 years on several Wildan contracts in Elk Grove. Jonathan? Thank you, Daniel. My name is Jonathan Mitchell. I'm a director in Wildan Engineering and the principal in charge for this contract moving forward. We are most thankful for the opportunity to continue our support within the Development Services Division and our commitments and service to the development community. As Darren has described, Wildan has made several enhancements moving forward. We've brought in Mr. Thomas Garcia as the Development Services Engineering Manager. Tom and I have worked together since 2008. He has an extensive experience in both private and public land development, and he has roots in the Sacramento Valley region. We've also added a staff member in the quality assurance and process review role at no cost to the city. As well, we have reduced our development review fee. We look forward to this opportunity and thank you. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
We do have another speaker. I think we did. Yep. They might have changed their mind. They might be waiting. I think we have Cyrus Kianpor, who will have staff. You might have to unmute from your side.
Cyrus, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Cyrus Kianpor, and I'm the president of CSG Consultants. I'm also joined here by Bob Latz, who would be managing our contract on behalf of CSG. As was mentioned by Darren, we are a company who's been in business for 30 years, and we exclusively work for public sector, and we really look forward to the opportunity to work with your community and your staff. Overall, as was mentioned, our number one goal is to make sure this transition is seamless and we continue providing high level of customer service to all the stakeholders, whether they're internal or external for the city. As I mentioned, we look forward to the opportunity to work with you, and hopefully I will be there to serve your citizens and all the customers that come to your city hall. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other callers?
I think that's going to conclude the public comment for item 9.2. I do not see any additional raised hands. That'll conclude comment on 9.2.
All right, excellent. Then I will go ahead and close the public comment opportunity and open it up for any council questions, comments. We'll move to an emotion.
I do have one question of staff, if I may, Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. Darren, I'm going to warn you ahead of time that this is a loaded question, but I'm just curious, in the contract for CSG, if they are paying us for the use of our workstations, so therefore essentially that is to cover our overhead of providing the workspace, excuse me, and their compensation is 42% of the inspection fees collected, what are we justifying for the other 58%?
So, yeah, as far as it relates to the entire fee.
Yeah, if they're saying they will perform the work for 42% of the fee, and they're paying us as a part of that money that they receive, they're paying us for the use of the workstation, which is our overhead. Isn't it reasonable to deduce from that that we could be essentially cut our fees in half?
So that's a great question. I think that's where I thought you were going. We are looking at our fees, both from a development engineering and building standpoint. I believe the BIA posted out the Sacramento Regional Fee Study. I believe Matt and a few others in our City Hall are looking at that and see how we can become more competitive. And we did disclose that to the consultants that we were selecting, that we would be going through that process, that there may be some renegotiations with their contracts. So for now, we went with the status quo with building 42%. And of course, we got the minimal reduction on the engineering side of things. But ultimately, we like to be competitive in the region and possibly pass some of those savings down to the city.
Yeah, absolutely. And so if we were to change our billing structure to lower the end user's fee, would we still be able to calculate a way that the consultant would be fairly compensated? In other words, they wouldn't want 42% of our reduced fee, they would want 42% of what the fee used to be. But if we lowered our fee, given that they're doing the work and paying us for the workstation, would there be a way that we'd be able to hold them at that rate? So it's
there
not on
would
a
be,
time
I
and
mean, those are
materials basis?
discussions we'd have to have and the calculations we'd have to do to make sure it's, they're getting reasonably paid for the service they're providing.
Okay, I look forward to those discussions. Thanks.
Any other questions or comments for staff? Councilmember Sim?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Darren, can you just elaborate a bit? I know it seems like how long has Wildan been with us? Before you mentioned 2015 and we brought staff in, and maybe if you could just reiterate for me, how long has Wildan been with us?
Yeah, so Wildan was awarded the contract in 2010. It was a 6-year contract, which got us to 2016. They renewed in 2016, which we reduced to a 5-year, at least some 5-year maximum. The same, I believe, goes with Interwest and the building side of things.
Okay, and then maybe you could just tease out your when you went out for bid, only 2 companies responded
for engineering.
Yeah,
2 of them were Wildan and Interwest. The other was non-responsive to the requirements of the RFP.
Okay, and it seems like we've overall we've had a very good experience with Wildan and their services.
Yes, Wildan over those 11 years have provided exceptional service, and they've committed to me. Obviously, the hiring of Tom Garcia was huge, as well as offering QA/QC services for a manager for no cost to the city, which will help look at our processes and figure out how we can even streamline things even more.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that perspective.
Councilmember Spies, any questions, comments?
No, I don't have any at this point in time. I'm ready to support.
All right, so do we have a motion?
I'll go ahead and make the motion. It's Councilmember Soon.
Second.
Make
We have a
motion.
motion and a second. I don't have any outstanding questions. I think my colleagues asked some good questions there, so I'm ready to move forward. We have a motion and a second.
There's actually 2 motions, isn't there?
Just
yes.
one, yeah.
Yes, we have a motion 1.
To adopt the resolution authorizing the city manager to execute professional service contract with Wildan Engineering for development engineering services.
You have that motion and the second, and they'll proceed to the roll call vote.
Oh, okay. We can do them separately together. And
Separate. There's a motion 1 and a motion 2. We're doing motion 1 right now.
And here we go with that roll call vote for motion 1 of item 9.2. I'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
and Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
And that first motion of item 9.2, the resolution will pass 5-0.
Okay.
All right, motion 2.
Motion 2 to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a professional service contract with CSG Consultants for building safety and inspection services.
Second.
With the motion and the second for the resolution of motion 2, I will start the roll call vote with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
And that second resolution of item 9.2 will pass 5-0.
Mr. Wilson, your hand's raised.
Yeah, I know. I want to make a statement. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Interwest for exceptional 11 years of service in our, city's building department. I want to thank Terry Rodriguez. Thank you, Mike Kashawagi. Thank you, Interwest staff, including the few building officials we went through for making the building department one of the best in the region.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to the next item.
And next item will be 9.3, which is to consider appointment of one voting member to the Trails Committee. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I am Jason Lindgren, your city clerk. For our Trails Committee, we had a vacancy that came up and we authorized recruitment back on September 8th. 5 applications were received. Those applications were forwarded to full city council for consideration. We have 1 vacancy on the Trails Committee this evening. And that's what I have for a presentation. But if you have any particular questions, I think there's a few members of the audience that might be interested to address this item.
All right, we'll go ahead and open it up the public comment opportunity.
And so for our attendees in the Zoom environment, now would be the opportunity for public comment on item 9.3. And I do just want to mention to the mayor, vice mayor, and council members, there was 1 written comment that was received prior. It was from one of the applicants, and it was a request to have the statement read into the record, but that'd be at the discretion of the city council. It was circulated to the full council and sent around for your review. So, but with that, I will pull up the speaker timer and we can then call up our first speaker. And sorry, we also had a member that I believe spoke earlier during general public comment, just introducing themselves. And I don't see them listed on this item. That was Mr. Brian Van Len.
Kavi Lal, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Singh Allen, Vice Mayor Nguyen, and Council. My name is Kavi Lal. I'm a resident of District 4, seeking appointment to the city's Trails Committee. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge on this public platform that the federal government celebrated Indigenous Peoples Day for the first time on Monday. We must recognize, honor, and pay respect to Miwok people and the Wilton Rancheria who live on this land and whose ancestors have cared for this land for time immemorial. As someone who works in solidarity with Indigenous peoples, I'd like to acknowledge we all benefit from stolen land, and we bear the responsibility of naming the brutal colonialization that took this land through blood and unfair treaties for us all to live here today. Now to the matter before you. I'm speaking tonight as a 20-year resident of the area and a proud EGSD graduate from Monterey Trail High, class of 2009. I lived in District 3, where my parents still reside today. Growing up in Elk Grove, I enjoyed going to many parks in our area and riding my bike through green belts and trails that connected my parents' neighborhood. As with many EGSD graduates, I moved away from the area for college and occupational pursuits. I found myself in Southern California, where I lived for several years with my now wife, who's also from Elk Grove. In 2019, we made the decision to return to our community to be closer to our families and with the intention of starting our own. Now we live in the Miwok Park area, where we walk our 2 dogs on the Elk Grove Creek Trail and use local trails and bike lanes to ride our bicycles to visit family. I currently work remotely for a Southern California philanthropic organization where I direct grants to Indigenous communities and environmental nonprofits. My entire career has been focused on nonprofits spanning private philanthropy, government, and corporate social impact. Through these experiences, I've witnessed again and again a wide breadth of environmental justice nonprofits working to ensure that Black, Indigenous, people of color communities continue to have green spaces that are often and intentionally out of reach. While I don't believe Elk Grove is lacking parks or outdoor spaces for communities of color, I want to help ensure that as the city continues to expand, our community's resources and infrastructure are intentionally targeted to every community equitably, not just wealthy and vocal residents of our neighborhoods. I've seen Elk Grove grow as a city over the years and now welcoming thousands more residents who are seeking to build community here. It's with that history, my personal experience of the city, that I'd like to join the Trails Committee. I want to help ensure that Elk Grove continues to be a leader in climate adaptation through a safe trail network for pedestrians and cyclists for local travel, as well as supporting the health and well-being of all communities that reside here, ensuring everyone has an equal access to our outdoor spaces. I hope to add to the committee's representative diversity as a younger person of color who's passionate about the city and wants to be a part of its future and the many generations to come. Thank you for your consideration, and that concludes my comments for this evening.
Thank you for calling in. Next caller.
Chris Newman, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Hello, Mayor and Council members. And again, my name is Chris Newman. I have been a resident of Elk Grove for over 27 years, coming up on 28 here shortly. I currently work for the state of California for Department of Corrections and Rehabilitations in a rehabilitation program. Some of my qualifications for the Trails Committee are, first of all, I'm an avid trail user, walking, running, and cycling. And I have used literally 100% of the trails west of 99 and most all on the east side of 99. In addition, in the region, I regularly use the American River Bike Trail and also the trail system in Folsom where I work. Secondly, I have attended meetings and offered input to the Trails Committee in the past. Thirdly, I am a volunteer in the community, volunteered with youth sports, both soccer and volleyball, at 2 local churches and also within the Lakeside community. And lastly, I continue to coach and have been coaching junior varsity volleyball at Cosumnes Oaks High School for the past 13 years. So I'm very vested in the community here, and I look forward to having an opportunity to work within and be a part of the Trails Committee within the city of Elk Grove. Thank you.
All right, thank you for calling. Next caller.
And I'm not seeing the raised hand function being utilized, but I do see we have a phone caller. If you are on phone, you want to use *9 on your keypad of your phone in order to become a speaker, but they just left. So that will conclude. We have nobody else with a raised hand feature in our list.
I'll allow you to read the green sheet for 3 minutes. And if you go over, I'm going to cut it off just in order to be fair to all of the others.
And I think it is fairly brief. So let me cue myself up here to time myself. And what this was an email that came from applicant Sherry Noblet. And commence here. Mayor St. Allen and council members, thank you for considering all 5 applicants for the Trails Committee appointment. The interest shows the importance of trails and bike pedestrian connectivity in our city. I share the vision for the city's goals outlined in the Bike, Pedestrian, and Trails Master Plan and will participate to further that vision. I understand district representation is a goal for the council. I lived in District 1 for 10 years and have lived in District 2 for 21 years. My experience working for the Cosumnes CSD has given me a broad overview of the city as a whole. I have an interest in the city and the region. I'd be honored to serve the city in this capacity as I bring broad experience for the entire city, given my long career in planning, landscape architecture, construction, interpretive signage, and the environment. Thank you for considering me for the city's Trails Committee this evening. Respectfully submitted, Sherry Noblet.
All right, thank you. Well, this was definitely a hard decision. We have excellent candidates. And, you know, I'm always impressed when members of the community step up and want to volunteer their time and be giving of themselves. So I don't take this decision lightly. And I know that all of them would serve us well. But truly one rose above all others. And that's just, you know, in reading the application, the personal statement, and even a recommendation from an existing Trails Committee representative. So I would like to nominate for your consideration, Sherry Noblet. to fill the vacancy for the Trails Committee?
So, Madam Mayor, I'll go first on this one, I guess. So I can certainly support your recommendation because I've heard from community members as well as from peers, potential peers in the Trails Committee, that she would be a fantastic selection. I do want to, of course, make sure that we note Mr. Van Lent, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. I apologize to you, sir, if you're listening and I mispronounced your name, Mr. Van Lent, Mr. Newman, Mr. Griffin, and Mr. Lull. It takes time to do these applications. It takes some time to reach out, and it takes time. And sometimes it feels like this is a very abbreviated process. I appreciate, I should say, I believe that we all appreciate your application, and I encourage you to continue to stay involved in the community. And so, long-winded, I certainly support Ms. Noblet, but thank you very much.
Thank you, and excellent points. And for those, depending on where the votes go, please reach out to me, and very connected to the community, and so are council colleagues, to find other opportunities to serve, because you clearly have a desire and passion to volunteer, and we want to be able to honor that in some capacity. Councilmember Suen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I clearly these applications were all very well qualified, and you could hear the passion from the folks that called in, Mr. Newman, Mr. Lal. I also took note of, we don't have any District 1 or District 4 representation. That was a consideration for me. However, there's also no denying Ms. Noblet's experience and background. I'm very familiar with her work and her passion as well. The green sheet did help. I was glad to hear she did live in District 1 for 10 years, so there's familiarity there. As the council's representative to SACOG, one of the things we're trying to do is push forward the Laguna Creek Regional Trails Plan in a master regional trail system, and I think that the Trails Committee will be instrumental in advocating for that. That's the reason why I bring that up is that I do think District 3, District 1 representation is important. So having said all that, I personally liked Mr. Newman's application for his representation in 1, Mr. Law's application as well as Mr. Griffin's and Sherry's, Ms. Noblet's. All those stood out to me. I can definitely support your recommendation, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Did I hear a second? I heard someone move it. I heard council members speak, so do we just need consensus?
All you need is,
we just need to go. I'm hearing four of my colleagues here supportive, but I would still like to hear from Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Yeah, I can second it if that's.
No, we don't need it because the support's there. It's direction.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with Ms. Noblet's involvement in the community and the work she does just all around, and her experience is stellar. I guess for me, it would be nice to have somebody represented in District 4 and District 1. And I believe both Mr. Newman and Mr. Law called in with the passion of wanting to work in this community. And we try to give folks the opportunity to be involved. While I'm very supportive of Ms. Noblet, and I feel that she would bring some really good experience to this committee, my hope was that we brought somebody in that represented the districts that are not represented on this commission or on this committee right now. I think we win either way, whether if we go with Ms. Noblet or if we bring in Mr. Lau, who I felt spoke really well about the diversity of the committees and the work that he brings, but also Mr. Newman. And and the fact that he is an avid cyclist and he does bike all the trails. And it's just bringing in new people and giving them the opportunity to also get involved as well. I'm good either way. It sounds like everybody wants to move forward with Miss Noblet, and I'm fine with that. I think she's amazing. I do. I'm just looking to give other folks an opportunity to also be involved and be a part of this too.
Duly noted. This was tough. There's so many great candidates, and I looked at not only representation from the various districts, but experience also. And just the connectedness to the area, the service into our city, the 30 years living in Elk Grove. So all of those things really tilted in the way for Ms. Noblet. But to the other four, please reach out to me. I'd love to have coffee with you and find other opportunities to serve. Not only in the city, but other nonprofits and other organizations, because I do see great value in what you're doing. And please just pay attention to other vacancies that will open along the way. And I could see some of you really would do an excellent job at some of our other committees as well. So please stay in touch, stay engaged. Thank you for stepping up and wanting to serve. So with that, we have consensus around appointing Sherry Noblet to the Trails Committee. So welcome, Ms. Noblet. We will move on to our next item.
That'll be section 10, council comments, reports, and future agenda items.
All right, I will, start with Councilmember Spies. Anything to report?
I actually do have something, but do me a favor, come back to me in a minute because I got to go back and find my notes. There's something.
Okay, no worries. Councilmember
I have to
Hume.
report out.
Yep, Councilmember Hume.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll go ahead and be brief here, as it was seems like a lot of time since our last meeting. Had a JPA Connector Board meeting. Nothing specific to report except to say that the Elk Grove projects are moving along on schedule and are looking fantastic. I attended the Arts Commission Peace and Love musical review. It was a wonderful show from start to finish, really top notch and great performers. I attended the Uncorked and Uncapped event down at Old Town Plaza. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get around and sample as much of the wares as I would have liked, but a great turnout of people, great support from our breweries and our wineries, and just a great use of our new wonderful space there. I attended the Diversity and Inclusion Commission's Cultural Connections, their Storytellers event to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. I know that I believe most of us were there. It was really some fantastic accounts and a wonderful performance by Denora. Went to the Giant Pumpkin Festival, attended, as was mentioned by Councilmember Spies earlier, the homeless and housing Zoom call. Some great information shared there. Got out to the Arts Commission, had a book fair out at District 56. Bought a couple of books and supported their efforts there. I went down to the Civil War days down at Man Ranch. It's always a pleasure when Tom opens up his property to get into those beautiful oak woodlands. And then this morning had a sanitation board district meeting that I will defer to Madam Mayor, that she can report out on that one. Thank you very much.
Let's see. Are you ready, Councilmember Spies? Otherwise, I'll move on to Councilmember Spoon.
I'm ready. I'm good.
Okay, we'll go to Councilmember Spies.
All right. So let's see. We had the Sacramento Public Library Authority Director Hiring Workshop on October 8th. So we're moving along with the hiring process for that. Sacramento Transit Authority on October 7th. The item that I need to report out on was League of California Cities. As the voting delegate for this year's League of California Cities on Friday, September 24th, I cast votes in support of two resolutions. These votes were a reflection of the council's recommendation on the September 18th consent calendar. And for any members of the public who may wish to see the full staff report and League's resolution package on September 8th, it can be found on the city's website. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Sun.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Spees, for representing us at the last League of Cities. Hope you had a great experience. And Councilmember Hume, hearing all those things you went to made me tired. And then I realized I think I was there with most of most of them anyway. So it just sounds different when you hear someone else rattling it rattling it all off. Yeah. I want to highlight a couple things differently. You know, I attended a milestone event with Caltrans and Mayor Singh Allen. We kicked off the opening of the 6 mile segment of the southbound carpool lanes on I-5. It's something that Councilmember Hume and I were working on while we were on STA, and Mayor Singh Allen and Councilmember Spees are now part of our on STA now. So seeing that portion come to fruition was really exciting, and we expect that the rest of that southbound direction will be open very soon in the next few months, with the northbound lane opening next year. So the full completion of that carpool lane along I-5 end of next year. So it's really exciting for our area as terms of trying to get around on the freeways. And then had a opportunity to escort some elementary school kids back to my old kids' elementary school. So that was just a real treat to see these bright young faces all, of course we have masks on, but they're just very happy to be able to go back to school again. Seeing all the excitement and joy at that young age was really great. And then finally, we had a transportation committee meeting last week. And one thing we had a great debate on, which was a next generation transit plan or strategic plan. And basically we've been talking about it now for a few years, and I won't go, it's getting late, so I won't go into too much detail, but just suffices to say that there was a recognition to try to overhaul the transit system in the entire 6-county region, and finding a way for us to move people around better in giving a different different transportation modes, having different modes of transportation, around the region, transit being one of them. So more to come on that. We're just getting started, but even though it's been a few years, but it's finally coalescing around something meaningful. So I thought it'd be worthy to mention tonight. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Nope, it's getting late. I'll waive my report. Thank you.
All right, well, I'll waive most of my report. I was attending most all of the ones, either in the events or some of those committees. So we got a report out from there. I will just call out, I got a wonderful card here, and it's somebody, let's see, from Renwick Square Senior Apartments, and I want to read this because it's a shout out to our colleague Darren Soon. Please give special recognition to Councilmember Darren Soon. He came and spoke to our senior residents at Renwick Square Senior Apartments. He listened to all our concerns and immediately acted on those he could. As seniors here, we sometimes feel left out. Janice Ellert, Resident Council and President. So just wanted to share that with you because my opportunity to do that shout out and recognition with all of our colleagues present. So thank you, great work. We always get sometimes those emails from upset citizens, but it's always great to share good news too. So thank you, Councilmember Soon, for your engagement in the community.
Thank you so much. That warms my heart. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Of course. And then just, our grant program is now out. And so I will actually be walking this weekend. I plan to visit 100 small businesses and pass out this little leaflet and let our small businesses know that our grants are available and really encourage them to apply. I want to applaud our city that we are doing extra efforts that did not happen during the CARES Act round of funding because a lot of our residents, a lot of our small businesses just did not know about some of those monies that were available to them. So we've really gone above and beyond in terms of outreach and communication. So not only through social media and newspapers, but there's direct mail And then I will be visiting several, like I said, I plan to visit, I'm hoping Saturday and Sunday of visiting 100 small businesses and passing this out so that those monies that were earmarked for small businesses can get that much needed relief as we cross our fingers, start to come out of our COVID-19 nightmare that we've all endured for the last 20 months or so. So that's all I have. Thank you, everyone. I will go ahead and adjourn the meeting. It is 10:07. Have a great and blessed evening, everyone.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Night.
Good night.